Get away, get away, get away, but I know that I don't and I won't ever stop, cause you know I gotta win every day. So if you really wanna pop me, just know that you will never flop me. And I know that I can be a little cocky. You ain't never gonna stop me. Every time I come a nigga gotta set it, then I gotta go, and then I gotta get it, then I gotta blow, and then I gotta shut it. Any little thing a nigga think that he be doing, cause it doesn't matter, cause I'm gonna then I'm gonna murder everything and anything about a boom, about a thing. I gotta do a lot of things to make it clear to a couple niggas that I always win, and then I gotta get it again and again and again. And I be doing it to death, and now I move a little foul. Nigga better call up rapping, everybody know my style. Niggas know that I'm the best when it comes to doing this, and I be banging on my chest, and I bang in the east, and I bang it in the west, and I kinda give you more, and I will never give you less. You will hear it in the street, that you can read it in the press. Do you really wanna know what's next? Let's go. See the way we on it, and we all up in a race, and you know we got it, gonna try to keep up with the pace, and we struggling and hustling to set it and to get it, and we always gotta do it, take it to another place, gotta taste it, and I gotta grab it, and I gotta cut all through this traffic just to be at the top of the dome, but I know I gotta have it.
Look at me now, look at me now, oh, I'm getting paper. Look at me now, oh, look at me now, yeah. I'm fresher than a mother.
Hell breezy. Let me show you how to keep the dice rolling when you're doing that thing over there, homie. Hey, let's go! Cause I'm feeling like I'm running and I'm feeling like I gotta get away, get away, get away, but I know that I don't and I won't ever stop, cause you know I gotta win every day. So if you really wanna pop me, just know that you will never flop me. And I know that I can be a little cocky. You ain't never gonna stop me. Every time I come a nigga gotta set it, then I gotta go, and then I gotta get it, then I gotta blow, and then I gotta shut it. Any little thing a nigga think that he be doing, cause it doesn't matter, cause I'm gonna then I'm gonna murder everything and anything about a boom, about a thing. I gotta do a lot of things to make it clear to a couple niggas that I always win, and then I gotta get it again and again and again. And I be doing it to death, and now I move a little foul. Nigga better call up rapping, everybody know my style. Niggas know that I'm the best when it comes to doing this, and I be banging on my chest, and I bang in the east, and I bang it in the west, and I kinda give you more, and I will never give you less. You will hear it in the street, that you can read it in the press. Do you really wanna know what's next? Let's go. See the way we on it, and we all up in a race, and you know we got it, gonna try to keep up with the pace, and we struggling and hustling to set it and to get it, and we always gotta do it, take it to another place, gotta taste it, and I gotta grab it, and I gotta cut all through this traffic just to be at the top of the dome, but I know I gotta have it.
Look at me now, look at me now, oh, I'm getting paper. Look at me now, oh, look at me now, yeah. I'm fresher than a mother.
Hell breezy. Let me show you how to keep the dice rolling when you're doing that thing over there, homie. Hey, let's go!
Live. We're using my YouTube chat. Didn't want to load again. Fuck is up with that? I made a makeshift solution for that. Damn, YouTube is going crazy these days. What the fuck? Oh my god. Is it me in it?
Utah discovered a strange video on someone's phone. Now, this video, which at first seems kind of playful, is one of the most disturbing and distressing videos when you realize what it's about. Fair warning, we're going to play a portion of that video in today's episode, towards the end of the episode, and also
The One Piece is real? What do you
the
mean?
ending to this story is just totally heartbreaking and
So
brutal.
One Piece is
So
ending.
if you were to Friday, January 12th, 2007, 19-year-old college freshman Wade Steffi walked into Ford Dining Hall, which is one of 5 dining halls
utter
on Purdue
betrayal he must
University's
have
campus.
felt
Purdue
had to be
is a
so
prestigious
crushing.
American university
Imagine
located in Indiana
a
that is known
person
for its
who you
excellent
vow to
athletics
love
and
and support
academics.
your entire
Wade,
life,
who was an aviation technology student and was at Purdue
pretended to
on a
love
full
you
academic scholarship,
and
grabbed
actually
some
wanted
food
to kill
and then
you.
sat down at a table with some friends. This
You'll
was
never
the
be
first
the same
Friday
after it.
of the 2007
Never.
spring semester, and so Wade and his friends at the table and the hundreds of other students that were sitting all around them were buzzing with excitement about what they were up to that night and what they were up to that weekend. And so Wade and his friends, they sat there chatting about their plans for about an hour, and then at around 8:20 p.m., Wade realized he needed to leave, and so he stood up, he said goodbye to his friends, he carried his tray to the trash can, and then he made his way out of the doors he came in on. And so once he was outside of the dining hall, he immediately turned right and walked the very short distance to the building that was right next to Ford Dining Hall. And so that building was called Owen Hall, and it was a dormitory. Now, this was not Wade's dormitory. He actually lived in a different dorm called Cary Quad West, which was located on the other side of Ford Dining Hall. And so Wade goes inside of Owen Hall because he has some friends in there, and he makes his way to their room, and when he goes inside, he sees they're all kind of sitting around chatting and drinking some alcoholic drinks. And so Wade sits down and he has a couple of drinks and he just hangs out with his friends for about an hour. And so around 9:30 p.m., Wade and the other people he was with in this room, they left Owen Hall and they walked the half mile away from campus to the west to this huge party at a fraternity. And so Wade would stay at this fraternity for several hours until about midnight, at which point he pulled one of his friends aside and he told them that he just remembered he had left his jacket inside of Owen Hall, and so he wanted to go back and retrieve it. The dorms on Purdue's campus all lock at night, and so the only way you can get inside is if you live there, and so you have a key, or if you know someone who lives there who will open the door for you. And so during his walk back to Owen Hall, Wade would make 6 phone calls in an attempt to get someone in Owen Hall to open the door for him. But 4 of his phone calls would just be the wrong number. And so the people that were picking up and he was asking to open the door, they didn't know what he was talking about, and so they hung up. But he did call 2 people that did live inside of Owen Hall. However, they didn't answer their phones. And so around 12:30 a.m., Wade arrived at Owen Hall. He put his phone back in his pocket, and he just walked up to the doors, which were locked, and he just started knocking. And eventually, a resident of Owen Hall who didn't know Wade, and Wade didn't know them, they heard the knocking, and they came out to the door to see what was going on. And they looked through the glass, and they saw Wade, and apparently they decided that Wade
I'm just very quick to like restart my rigging,
and so they refused
which
to
is
enter.
probably not
And
the
so
best.
Wade apparently
It's like
stood
not
there,
the
kept knocking
healthiest
for a
thing.
little bit, but he eventually just kind of gave up. He turned around and he walked away. Fast forward a few days to Tuesday, January 16th, and Wade's roommate, who had actually been gone all the past weekend, he returned, and the first thing he noticed when he got back to his dorm was that Wade was not in the dorm. And so he called and texted Wade, but he didn't get a response.
If I'm like not
so
happy with how it looks, I do tend to restart it
to ask people if they had seen
until I
Wade,
learn how to
no
do
one
the
had seen him
exact
since the
thing I
previous
want it to
Friday.
look like.
And so starting to get pretty concerned, the roommate called Wade's family to see if maybe they knew what was going on with him, but his family had no idea. And so by the end of that day, the police had been contacted about Wade potentially being missing, and they in turn contacted Wade's cell phone provider, and they were able to determine that Wade's cell phone was still showing up somewhere on Purdue's campus, although they couldn't figure out exactly where. So that evening, a massive campus-wide search was launched with hundreds of police officers and volunteers. Even the school's equestrian club came out with their horses to search the nearby woods. But despite this huge search effort that would go on for several weeks, the only thing they would find of Wade's was one of his shoes. It was found on January 20th, so just 4 days into the search, and it was located right outside of an exterior door that led into a maintenance room inside of Owen Hall. But when they searched this maintenance room, Wade wasn't in there. Finally, after nearly a month of searching, when they still had not found Wade, the official search was called off. On March 19th, roughly 2 months after Wade had been reported missing, a maintenance worker was
Oh, this is
downstairs
pretty
in
good.
the laundry
I mean,
room
I found
of
you
Owen
and I'm
Hall when they heard
getting
a
some
strange popping sound. At first,
college
the
work
worker
done.
thought it
Hell
was actually
yeah.
coming from one of the washers or dryers that
What
was
are you
on,
studying?
and maybe there's a loose coin or some piece of metal that was inside of the washer or dryer that's getting banged around inside, and that's making the sound. And so this worker began walking around the laundry room, kind of listening in to each of the washers and dryers that were on to see if they were making this sound. And so as he's doing this, he hears the popping sound again, but it's clearly not coming from any of the washers and dryers. In fact, it's not even coming from inside the laundry room. It's coming from somewhere out in the hall. Curious, he leaves the laundry room and he goes out into the hall, and as soon as he's standing in the hall, he hears the popping sound again.
Let me just do
And
this
this
now.
time, it was obvious that it was coming from behind the closed door that was directly opposite the laundry room. So the worker pulled out his big set of keys, he opened the door that was directly in front of him, and he stepped inside. Moments later, he would make a big discovery. Based on that discovery and the investigation that would follow it, this is a reconstruction of what happened to Wade Steffi. In the early morning hours of January 13th, right after Wade had been denied entry into Owen Hall because the student who was in there who didn't know him thought he was too intoxicated, right after that happened, Wade left the front doors and made his way around to the left side of the building to look for another way inside. And when he got to the left side of the building, he found another door. Now, even though this door did not have a sign on it that said keep out, it was fairly obvious that this door was not designed for students to use. There was a metal railing that lined the outside of this door, clearly to prevent pedestrians from getting to the door. And the door itself was actually not built at ground level. It basically was built at basement level. So you'd be standing at this railing looking down at the door. And down in front of the door was a slab of cement right out in front of it that gave the door enough clearance to be able to open. And so basically there was a railing around a pit, and that was where the door was. The proper way to get to this door was to literally climb over that railing and jump down into this pit. And then you need a key to open this door because it was always locked. Well, it was supposed to always be locked. And so when Wade saw this clearly off-limits door on the side of Owen Hall, in his drunken state, he decided it would be a good idea to try to go into it. Because in his mind, he thought, whatever is behind this door doesn't really matter. As long as I can just get inside of some part of Owen Hall, I can find my way up to my friend's room and I can get my jacket. And so he rushes over to the railing, he climbs over, he leaps down into that pit area, he grabs the doorknob of this off-limits door and he pulls on it, and it's open. So he opens it up, he steps inside, and it's totally
I haven't synthesized
and all he
the
can
corners
hear is
yet,
the sound
so
of machines humming and whirring in the darkness. And again, in his drunken state, he decides this is still a good idea. His only concern was he couldn't find a light switch, and it really was basically pitch black in here.
It's far more complicated than I thought it would be. Game design is hard. What do you mean?
But it might actually lock
the eyes directly
him,
like you draw too much acid
and
or
so
something.
he took off one of his shoes and he tucked it in the
Whoa,
door jamb
what the
of
fuck?
the door he came in on to keep it open. And so with the door propped open behind him, he began walking into this room. And pretty much right away, he bumped into this big metal structure. He couldn't see what it was because, again, it was too dark. But he could feel it, and he could tell, it was a flat metal structure. It felt like a machine of some kind, and he could hear that it was one
Looks
of the
like I'm
machines that was
actually
buzzing
high.
and whirring. And so he just decided he would try to walk around it. Because again, his goal is just to get through this room and find another door somewhere and kind of continue his journey up into the dorm. And so Wade began moving his way left along this machine, kind of believing it was going to come to a stop at some point, and then he could walk around it. But it would turn out this machine was very big, very wide. And so by the time he actually got to the left edge of this machine, he was practically right up against the wall of the room he was in. And when he got there, he realized the space between the side of the machine and the wall of the room was big enough that if he turned sideways,
up my
he could
eye
basically
stuff
squeeze
completely?
his way past it. Now, he
think
had
I
no
did.
idea how far into the room this strange machine went,
It's supposed to
but
be here.
in his drunken state, he decided it was a good idea. And so he turns sideways, so his back is to the wall of the room, and his chest is going to be facing the machine, and he begins pushing
Where the
himself
fuck did my eye
into that
somewhere?
narrow space. And so as he's making his way, his hands are up, kind of protecting his face and neck, and at some point, he kind of begins to trip. Now, he didn't actually fall because he's basically wedged into this tight space. But for a second, he reflexively grabbed with his hands onto this machine right in front of him, and just by chance, his left ring finger slipped into a very narrow
Into my
hole that was
eyeball.
about 2 inches deep. The room that Wade was inside of was called an electrical vault, and it contained 6 large transformers, one of which Wade's finger had just stuck inside of. The job of these 6 transformers is to take the high voltage they receive from the main power grid
No,
and then
I did
transform it,
I did
hence the
fuck it up.
name,
I did
into
fuck it up.
lower,
Hold on.
usable voltage that gets dispersed into Owen Hall for residents and teachers. Even though the outside of these
Misclicked.
transformers had mostly been covered with protective materials that mitigated the electrocution risk, there were still several parts of these machines that there was just nothing you could do. They just presented a really high electrocution risk. And one of those sections you needed to be extra careful with was that 2-inch hole
Yeah.
that Wade's finger slipped inside of. At the back of that hole was an exposed electrical conductor, and the second the tip of his finger touched that conductor, between 2,000 and 4,000 volts of electricity were pumped into his body. For reference, when people get executed via the electric chair, they are electrocuted with 2,000 volts of electricity. Wade likely died instantly. But because of the fact that he was kind of wedged between the transformer and the wall, after he died, he didn't just slump onto the ground. Instead, he remained in a semi-upright position with his finger still stuck inside of that hole. And so for the next 2 months, his body just continued to be electrocuted every second. Finally, sometime in March, as a result of Wade's body fluids draining out of him,
And
the
let's see if this
electrical
will
current
work.
that was being pumped into him altered its
Synthesize
course and began
corners.
snapping outside of his skin into the ground. And so the sound of the electrical current actually striking the ground was that popping sound that the maintenance worker heard. The door that the maintenance worker
I just do it
opened in
manually,
order to
fuck it.
investigate the sound was the only other door that led into the electrical vault, the other being the exterior door that Wade had gone in on. Initially, when the worker opened that door and looked
Okay,
inside of the vault, he actually didn't see Wade,
That
but he
scared the
smelled
shit out of
something
me.
funny, and that was what led him to
When I
walk
looked
into the
up
room
there,
and make his way around,
wanted
and
to
that's
look
when he
like
spotted
this.
Wade's body. Earlier, on January 20th, when they found Wade's shoe, which at some point had just slipped out of the door jamb, so it was
This.
not propping open the exterior door when it was
This.
found. It was just sitting in that pit area, and the exterior door was shut. And so when they found that shoe, the police, they did go inside of the electrical vault,
Poppy.
but they didn't go in through the exterior door. They went around and went in the same door that the maintenance worker opened from right across the hall from the laundry room. And when they opened it up, they just looked into the room. They didn't walk into the room, they just looked from the doorway, and from their perspective, they couldn't see Wade. And so that was why initially they had said, Wade is not inside of that room. Ultimately, because that exterior door to the electrical vault was supposed to be locked at all times, and clearly it was not because that's how Wade got in, Purdue was found to be negligent, and so they agreed to pay Wade's
It's fine. If I
family
have to do it manually, I have to do
$500,000,
it
and they
manually.
also
It's no
set up
big
a
deal.
scholarship in Wade's name.
Okay, so this
During the
is
California Gold
rotating.
Rush of 1848, hundreds of thousands of Americans living on the east coast of the United States packed up their things in covered wagons and headed west for California to attempt to, quite literally, strike gold. About a year after the rush started, so in the winter
We
of
have
1849, a group of
What about
about
this one?
100 would-be gold prospectors were on their way across the continental United States to California when they got
Poppy.
lost in this totally barren stretch of desert, roughly 500 miles from their destination, which was San Francisco. They would spend the next 2 months driving around this desert looking for a way out, but they wouldn't find it. And so finally they just stopped, set up camp, and waited to die. But as a last-ditch effort, they sent ahead 2 of their fittest men to try to go out and find help. And
yeah, the synthesized corners kind of fucked me over.
Help. And it wasn't long before the lost pioneers were going up and over this mountain pass out of the desert.
I just do it manually.
And so as the pioneers are cresting this mountain, one of the pioneers turned
I have more control over how I want it to look.
Almost all died. And he famously said, "Goodbye, Death Valley," and the name stuck. While Death Valley has since become a very popular tourist destination for adventurous people, it is still truly one of the harshest environments on the planet. In addition to just being a big open desert, which presents a whole host of problems to any mammal, Death Valley also becomes one of the hottest places on the planet every summer. The temperatures soar to 120 degrees Fahrenheit and sometimes get as high as 136 degrees Fahrenheit. It's the kind of place where if you don't respect it, it will kill you. In 2005, a 35-year-old man named Robert Darmer, who lived in Los Angeles, California, decided he wanted to take a trip into Death Valley. Specifically, he wanted to go to the hot springs located in the northwest corner of Death Valley. And actually, there's a nudist resort that is right around those hot springs. And so Robert wanted to go check that whole scene out. And so on July 26th of that year, Robert left Los Angeles in his Volkswagen van, and he drove north about 4 hours until he got to Bishop, California, which is a small town where some of his family lived. After spending the night with them, the next morning when Robert got up, he got back into his van and he drove south about 20 minutes to a town called Zurich, California, where he picked up Death Valley Road. This road covers the entirety of Death Valley, starting from its northern entrance, where Robert was, all the way south 140 miles to its southern entrance. And this road is actually basically a straight line. But off of this very straight road are literally hundreds of miles of unpaved roads that splinter off in all directions across the desert. And these roads bring people to other points of interest, like, for example, the nudist resort that Robert wanted to go to. So after Robert hopped onto the Death Valley Road at its northern entrance, he began driving south for about an hour, and then he began looking for the turnoff to the unpaved road that would take him the last 50 miles to the nudist resort. And so eventually, Robert believes he's found this turnoff, and so he gets onto this unpaved road and he starts driving for a while.
Unfortunately, I'm at the part
for
now, but I'll try me back. Don't worry about it.
It would turn out Robert had made a mistake. He had not
I hope your work goes well.
Correct unpaved road. Instead, he had picked a road that led right out onto this salt flat. And so to the naked eye, it would have looked like the ground in front of him was totally flat and hard-packed, and you could easily walk on or drive on it. But in reality, the surface of the salt flat is very brittle, and underneath that brittle surface is this thick section of mud. And so before Robert could realize his mistake, he had broken through the surface layer of the salt flat and got stuck in that mud. After trying unsuccessfully to get his van back out again, Robert realized he was in a really bad situation. His cell phone had no reception, so he couldn't contact anyone, and he was too far away to attempt to walk to the nearest civilization to try to get help. But luckily, he had packed lots and lots of water that was in his van, and so he decided the only thing he could do was just sit tight at his van, ration out his water, and wait for someone on Death Valley Road to look out and see him and come to his rescue. But after waiting for 6 days, no one saw him. And now his water supply was dwindling, and so Robert decided his only option was to abandon his van and make the walk to civilization. And so he packed up all the water he could, he threw it on his back, and he began to walk. And just like the lost pioneers of 1849, at the very last second, Robert was rescued. As he stumbled across the desert, his canteen empty, this group of teenage boys and a few adults who were part of this group called the League of Venturers were out in Death Valley doing search and rescue training. And so they literally turned onto the same road that Robert accidentally turned onto and then got stuck on. And so they came down and found Robert. And Robert, when he saw them, he was hysterical. He was crying tears of joy. He really believed he was going to die probably that day. And so the League of Venturers, they take Robert into their van and they drive him 80 miles to the nearest ranger station. And as soon as Robert got out of the car, he dropped to his knees and he kissed the ground in appreciation. I mean, this guy really was that close to death. That evening, Robert would hitch a ride from the ranger station back to Bishop, California. And the next morning, Robert spoke with a local towing company and they agreed to drive him out into Death Valley to locate his van and tow it back out again. But when they got out there and they found his van, the towing company saw that the van was not in good shape. It had 2 flat tires and there were several other mechanical issues with it. And they told Robert, look, we can't tow it out until the repairs are made and we can't make those repairs right now. And so they left the van where it was and they drove Robert back to Bishop. And then when they got there, Robert, who was quite handy with his van, decided he would just make the repairs himself. And so he went around town, he gathered up all the supplies he would need. And then that evening, he got a local young couple to give him a ride back into Death Valley. Robert had told his family right before he left that his plan was to go and fix his van and then that night come back to Bishop, and then the next day he would contact the towing company again and they could come out and they could get his van out. But that night, Robert did not come back to Bishop, and the next morning, when his family still had not heard from him or seen him, they contacted authorities. It would take a few days, but the authorities would eventually figure out what happened to Robert. The young couple that gave Robert a ride back into Death Valley, they dropped him off at this intersection right off of Death Valley Road, where they and Robert believed was only about a mile away from that nudist resort that Robert had originally wanted to go to. Robert had told the couple that his plan was just to walk from that point. He would go to that resort and he would recruit somebody else to drive him the rest of the way to the van. He could make the repairs.
Why it's being
and that
so
person would drive him
iffy.
back, and that would be it. So Robert got
So
out.
just
He
have
said
to do
thank
it
you to the
manually.
couple, and
Fuck
he waved to
this.
them as they drove off, and then he stashed his van supplies and then turned away from Death Valley Road and began walking along this unpaved road into the desert. However, unbeknownst to Robert or to the couple, the spot he was dropped off was the wrong spot. He was not a mile or less away from this resort. He was about 15 miles away from this resort, and the path was fairly circuitous, so even if he knew the distance, he likely would not have been able to even navigate his way there. And so after wandering down this unpaved road for about 10 miles, Robert left the unpaved road and began heading out into open desert, likely seeking water. Robert would eventually collapse and die just 4 days after he had been rescued from the exact same situation.
Yeah,
When
let's
his
see how
body was
this
found, he didn't
looks.
have a GPS
That
or a
looks
map
so
or even a
crazy. Like,
container
this
for water.
looks mental.
In late 2002,
slide,
25-year-old
flash
Jason
movement.
Chase worked as a sheep shearer
That's all we
in
want.
an area called Gisborne, which is located in the northeastern section of New Zealand. When Jason wasn't working, he was often on his bike, cycling up and down the coast, preparing for his next road race. In early December of that year, Jason contacted his family, who lived in a small town called Dannevirke, which is located about 200 miles southwest of Gisborne, and he told them that he wanted to come visit them for Christmas. However, he didn't know exactly when he would actually arrive at their house, because his training and work schedule were fairly hectic, but he told them, don't worry, I will be there at least on Christmas Day, December 25th, or a couple of days earlier. His family was thrilled, and they said, no problem, we can't wait to see you whenever that is. And so by the time mid-December rolled around and Jason still had not arrived at his family's home in Dannevirke, his family wasn't concerned at all. However, that would soon change. On December 13th, a hunter was driving along the many winding back roads of the Ruahine mountain range. This mountain range, which is located about 8 miles north of Dannevirke, is a very isolated and rugged wilderness area that's full of steep gorges and gullies and very thick brush. And so as this hunter rounds the turn on this road, he looks up ahead and he sees there's a car parked on the side of the road. And so this hunter pulls up right alongside this car and he looks over and he can tell, there's no one inside of it. There's no obvious damage to the car. And then the hunter began kind of scanning around the area to see if there was some obvious reason someone would stop right at that particular spot. But when he looked around, all he saw was thick trees on either side, and the mountain kind of sloped down on either side. And so there was nothing unique about the spot. And so something just kind of struck the hunter as odd about this car. It just seemed totally out of place. And so operating on a hunch, the hunter would leave the mountain range and head into Dannevirke, and he would contact police and he would tell them about this car and where it was located, because in the hunter's mind, maybe someone had been reported missing in the area and maybe this car is connected. And so after hearing about the car, the police did not know of any missing person cases that were connected to a car that matched the description the hunter had given. But just to be safe, the police hopped in their vehicles and they drove up into the Ruahine mountain range and they went to the spot the hunter described. And sure enough, off to the side of the road is this parked car, and it's still unoccupied. After inspecting the vehicle, the police came to the same conclusion the hunter did, that there was no obvious signs of damage to the car that might have forced someone to abandon it. And then when they looked in the window at the gas gauge, they saw the gauge was full. And so the police kind of wandered around the area, kind of doing an initial search to see if maybe the owner of this car was nearby. But, there was no one there. They're in this very isolated part of this wilderness area. And so the police just took down the license plate of the car and they went back to their station. And when they got there, they ran the license plate number, and it turned out the car belonged to Jason Chase. When Jason's family was contacted about, why is Jason's car up in the Ruahine Mountains? Where's Jason? His family was pretty surprised. They explained to police that Jason had made plans to come visit them around Christmas time, and so they were expecting him to come this way. And the Ruahine mountain range, it is only 8 miles away from Dannevirke, so in theory, maybe he stopped there on the way to their house. But they told police that just didn't make any sense. So as a precaution, the police decided to launch a search for Jason. And unfortunately, despite hundreds of people on the ground searching the Ruahine mountain range and helicopters overhead flying all over the place, no trace of Jason was found. And so the official search was called off right before Christmas, but Jason's family and friends, they continued to look for him. And on January 3rd, they would find him. One of the family friends who had agreed to continue looking for Jason after the official search had shut down was a farmer who owned a plane. And on January 3rd, as he did one of his passes over the foothills of the Ruahine mountain range, he looked down and he saw this bright red thing that looked totally out of place. And the pilot couldn't tell what it was, and so he took note of its location, and then when he landed, he passed those coordinates off to the ground team. And so the ground team, they made their way over to this location, which was quite far away from where Jason's car had been. And after making their way through some very thick brush and some very steep sections, they eventually walked out to this big open clearing. It was a dry riverbed, and right in front of them, in the middle of it, was the bright red thing. It was Jason's shirt. And Jason was still wearing it. He was found lying on his left side with his legs stretched out. He had on his bright red rugby t-shirt, some khaki shorts on, and he had no shoes or socks on. According to the searchers who first saw Jason in this dry creek bed, they would say the scene was very peaceful, and it almost looked like Jason had lied down to fall asleep. But Jason was not sleeping, he was dead. Jason had no visible injuries, and there was no sign of a struggle in the area. In fact, it didn't even look like Jason had been in the wild for very long, because his clothes were pristine, and despite being barefoot, his feet were in great condition. Despite a lengthy search around the area where his body was discovered, his shoes and socks would not be recovered. The only thing they found in the area was a water bottle that belonged to Jason. Adding to the mystery of what happened to Jason were the results of his autopsy. The pathologist was unable to find any injuries. Jason also seemed well nourished because he had food in his stomach.
I'm just letting you know, plushie, so I'm already subscribed to you, and I'm good. I just got back from summer school. Okay.
The only odd thing the pathologist found during the autopsy
This is like your phone,
was that Jason had
YouTube
two very
account or
small
something.
ulcers in his duodenum, which is the first part of the small intestine. According to this pathologist,
how was summer school?
These type of ulcers only appear from acute stress moments before death. However, these ulcers don't indicate what caused the stress. Typically, things like severe injury or septicemia, which is blood poisoning, will cause these stress ulcers. But Jason had neither of those. So at the end of the autopsy, the pathologist concluded that Jason had not been the victim of a homicide, he had not committed suicide, he had died from, quote, obscure natural causes. Interestingly, though, the pathologist was able to determine with some certainty that Jason died on or around December 30th, which means he was alive for the entirety of the official search for him, as well as the bulk of that private search conducted by friends and family. After the autopsy results came out, Jason's case was closed, and his family, despite having lots of unanswered questions, was forced to just move on. 15 years later, the same pathologist that had conducted Jason's autopsy was talking to a colleague about Jason's case. And as he was describing where Jason was found,
and board games.
the colleague suddenly stopped the pathologist and said, "Wait a minute, I think I know what happened to him." And it would turn out he did. The following is a reconstruction of what happened to Jason Chase. On December 13th, 2002, Jason left his home in Gisborne and began heading south towards Dannevirke, where his family lived. But before he got to his family's home, he took a detour up into the Ruahine mountain range, where he eventually parked his car on the side of the road. Once his car was stopped, he got out and collected his backpack and sleeping bag. Those were two items that were never discovered during the search or after his body was found, but it was later determined they were missing from his vehicle. And so after he has his pack and his sleeping bag, he also grabs a water bottle, and then he leaves the main road and begins walking into the woods, making his way down the mountain. He eventually would find a spot on the side of the mountain that he liked, and so he set up a campsite. What happens next is very confusing because we don't actually know why Jason actually went camping in the first place or when he intended to leave. But we can make one assumption. Whatever he was doing in the mountains, he planned on wrapping it up in time to still get to his family's house in Dannevirke on or before Christmas Day, December 25th. So from December 13th, when he first got out of his car into the wilderness, until December
How are you doing?
25th,
hope you're having a good day.
It's believed Jason was, by choice, out in the wilderness of the Ruahine mountain range. And so as this huge search is launched for him in the area he is in, it's entirely possible that he either did not see any of the searchers. This is a very rugged and heavily forested area, and so that's not totally outlandish. Or
I see
even
the
if he did see
VT
the searchers,
next to your
he
name,
may
so
not
you're a
have
VTuber as well.
that they were looking for him, because remember, during that time frame, he didn't think he was in danger. He was out in the wilderness camping by choice. But sometime around December 25th, or maybe a couple of days before, when he needed to leave and go back to Dannevirke to see his family, after packing up his stuff, for whatever reason, he could not get back up to the road where his car was. Either there was some sort of physical boundary, or maybe he got lost. But either way, instead of going back up the mountain, we know Jason actually turned and began going down the mountain, away from the road and away from his car. It's believed Jason actually just decided he would hike his way
it looks
out
like I'm
of the
drunk.
mountains. He was in great shape, very healthy guy. He probably figured he could just hike the 8 miles to Dannevirke, and then he could have someone drive him back up and retrieve his car at a later date. But on or around December 30th, Jason was still
check out your
out
model.
in the mountains.
I keep checking
And
out
at this
everyone's
point,
models.
He had abandoned his backpack and his sleeping bag, and had most likely removed his shoes and socks for reasons we don't know.
That is so cool.
But
Hold
he
up.
had managed to get much closer.
Let me mute that. That is so cool. Oh, you do art streams too? That is so cool. What the fuck? You're like the first like parasite VTuber I ever seen. What? Oh, I cannot switch it on. Oh wait, I'm just stupid. That is so cool though. Now that's an original concept. Don't don't play that's a placeholder? But it's still cool. It's cool. What do you mean? Your stuff is
to
cool.
Dannevirke. He just had to navigate a few more steep sections, and then he'd be home free. And so
And
on
no,
or around December 30th,
I'm not a cat.
Jason began slowly making his way down the mountainside until he reached a decision point. He found himself
But
standing
yeah,
at the top
I look
of two
high.
very steep
I look like I do
gullies
crack
that
cocaine.
both would bring him down to a dry stretch of riverbed.
It's
And so
okay.
either
We're
option
about to
worked.
do
It just became a
physics, and
matter
after
of
that, I'll
which
just
one is safer.
I'll
And so
reflect
after
the
making his
other eye.
assessment about which gully he should take, he made his choice and he
That
made his way down.
Warframe,
And
are
he
you
reached
jealous?
the dry
Are you
riverbed.
jealous
And
that
it was
he
at
plays
this
Warframe
point
and
that
you're
Jason really
washed
began
out?
to feel a pain
Washed
in
out,
his
washed out?
stomach. And
I
that
don't remember.
pain would have gotten worse and worse and worse. To
Yeah,
the point where
Parasite
Jason
VTubers are a
likely
rare
sat
breed.
down
They
on this
are.
dry
They
riverbed,
really are.
kind of waiting for the pain to subside. But it wouldn't. It would only intensify.
But yeah, no,
And so as he's sitting
not
there,
a
kind of
cat.
wondering what's going on, his vision would begin to blur.
I will keep on
and then he
saying
would
that.
start to struggle breathing. And
Okay.
before he could deal with all of these strange
So,
symptoms that
shocked
were coming on
eyes,
really
movement,
suddenly, he
flesh
lost
moving.
the ability to move his body.
Normal
and
eye, flesh
slumped over
moving.
onto his left side.
Squinty
and
eye,
there he
flesh
would lay
moving.
until he died.
Ghost,
It would turn out
whatever.
the gully that Jason
Slow
had
smile.
chosen to go down when he was standing at the top and he had those two
I mean,
choices.
squinty
the one
smile.
He chose, that one
Moving.
contained a plant called Urtica ferox.
Smile,
This plant,
moving.
which is endemic to New
Shock
Zealand,
smile,
grows
moving.
leaves
Okay.
that are covered in little
We're
rigid
good.
stinging hairs that contain a toxin called trifidin.
We're good.
And trifidin, in high enough doses, not only causes stomach pain,
Dog,
and blurred vision, and trouble breathing, but it also
no.
causes total
I
body
used to be
paralysis and
an
even death.
otter,
Jason, who according
but
to friends,
I'm
would
having
have
like an
known how
identity
dangerous this
crisis. So
plant posed,
honestly,
likely just
I'm not a
didn't
cat.
see
I'm not
the
an
cluster
otter.
of
I'm just
plants when
me.
he was assessing which
I'm
gully
like
to
a
go down.
little
And so
like
it wasn't until he was partway down the
I'm
gully
like an
and was in
little
these plants
demon
that he
imp.
realized his mistake. But when he turned
That's
to go
why I
back
have
up,
like
it was
a
just
little
too
flame
steep.
here and stuff.
And so he was forced to trudge
It's
through
it's
these
hard to
toxic
say with
plants.
shit
And
missing.
because he was wearing shorts,
But
his
yeah,
lower
I'm
legs were exposed,
just like a
and they
blue
were stung
flame, a
repeatedly.
demon imp.
And so he was dealt a lethal dose. The reason the pathologist was not able to identify this as Jason's cause of death is because the stingers on those
No
plants,
worries over the
they don't
slime mode
leave
before
any marks on
before I
human
was a
body.
VTuber.
And its poison, trifidin, is so
I love
rare that
it.
when they sent out that toxicology report,
Yeah,
they didn't include it. They did not test
literally
for trifidin.
just
And so it wasn't until
just an
15 years
imp.
later when the pathologist's
I am
colleague
never
heard that
watched
Jason had
when
been
it comes
found
to
in the
Warframe.
Ruahine Mountains,
I can
that the
come back
colleague
and
said,
still
"Wait a
wreck
minute,
shit
have
in
you
most
checked
new
for
content.
trifidin?"
Sure, buddy.
Because he knew
Oh,
the Ruahine
just to clear up the
Mountains were home
confusion,
to
I do
clusters
read
of that toxic
YouTube and
plant.
Twitch chat
And
at
so
the
sure
same
enough,
time.
they went back
I
to
should
where Jason's body had been
I should
found,
add it
and
into my
lining the
title so
gully
there's
that
no
he had come
confusion.
down were dozens and dozens of those
Twitch.
plants.
Oh my god, scared the shit out of myself. Twitch and
So that's gonna do it.
YouTube
If you
chat.
got something out of this episode and you haven't
It's
done
the
this
letter
already,
T.
please
It keeps
pull
like
up behind
triggering
the like
stuff.
button at a red light, and the
Okay.
instant the light turns green, immediately lay
I
on the
added it.
horn to
I don't
speed
know
the
why
like button up.
I didn't do that from the beginning. I need to add it to my YouTube thing as well. There we go. Freaking ad.
In the
What do
middle
you
of
mean?
America is a little town
Also, yeah,
called Hartford,
I'll be right
Wisconsin.
back.
Downtown,
I'm about to
they
pee
have
myself
the biggest
here.
automobile museum in all of Wisconsin. They also have a bowling alley called Dave's Lanes, which sells cheap beer and the best frozen pizza in town. Around the corner from the museum and Dave's Lanes are two other very popular local spots. One is called Scoop DeVille, which is an ice cream parlor that's themed like it's the 1950s, and they specialize in raspberry sundaes. And the other popular spot is called the Mine Shaft, and it's this big family-friendly restaurant that offers comfort food and arcade games. On warmer days, you can find residents of Hartford out on the many walking trails of Woodlawn and Willowbrook, which are two big, very well-maintained parks that are right outside of the downtown area. And on virtually any day, whether it's warm or cold, you can find Hartford residents packed into the Shower Arts Center, which is a local theater, to watch the local theater troupe perform. But none of these attractions are why anybody knows about Hartford, Wisconsin. The reason we know about Hartford, Wisconsin is because of Jessie Blodgett. Jessie Blodgett was a miracle. She was born just outside of Atlanta, Georgia in 1994 to her loving parents, Buck and Joy Blodgett. And Buck and Joy, for the longest time, they couldn't have kids. In fact, they were kind of adjusting to their reality that they would not be able to have biological children when Joy discovered she was pregnant. The couple couldn't believe it. It was like the most incredible thing that either of them had ever experienced. Joy would give birth to Jessie at home with no drugs, no doctors, just Buck, his mom, and a midwife. And when little Jessie poked her head into the world
I'm back.
for the first time,
I need
Buck
to have
and
my
Joy
lunch
fell instantly
before I
in love with
continue
her.
rigging.
Not long after Jessie's birth, the
let
Blodgett
me just put
family would
the
leave
sign up.
Atlanta, Georgia,
I'm
and
eating
move
and not
to Hartford,
actively
Wisconsin.
rigging.
And it was there, inside
go.
of their modest two-story home, about 5 minutes drive from the downtown, that Jessie would grow up. And it was also inside of that modest two-story home where many years later, Jessie would come face to face with a monster. Jessie was always someone the other kids looked up to.
Starving.
She was a brilliant musician who could sing, and she could play the piano and the violin. One of her very close friends growing up, a girl named Jacqueline Knights, said that whenever she went over to Jessie's house, she would walk in and have to yell at the top of her lungs just to get Jessie's attention because Jessie was permanently playing the piano. But Jessie's musical talents were not the only reason
I need
people
to
were
figure
attracted
out
to her. From a young age,
what eye
Jessie
physics I
became
wanted
outraged
to
by
have.
bullying and unfairness of any kind. And so very quickly,
No
she
idea.
developed a very
I
strong
don't even know
moral
what
compass.
I want.
She became a fierce defender of animal rights, environmentalism, sustainability, social justice, and ultimately ending violence against women. By the time she graduated from high school in 2012, Jessie had become very popular amongst her peers and also amongst teachers and parents. Jessie just came off as someone who was wise beyond her years. Jessie always talked about wanting to change the world, and after high school, she kind of figured out how she was going to do that. She decided she would study to become a choir director for either a university or a high school, because through that role, she would be able to teach and mentor upwards of 100 young lives every single year. So in the fall of 2012, Jessie would leave Hartford and head off to the University of Wisconsin in Milwaukee, which is about an hour southeast of Hartford, and there she would enroll in their musical education program. And during that first year at the school, Jessie did so well in that program that she was offered a talent scholarship for the following year. After wrapping up her incredibly successful freshman year in college, Jessie came back to Hartford, Wisconsin to live with her parents for the summer. Now, unlike other college kids that were back home for the summer, Jessie was not treating this break like it was a vacation. Instead, she decided she would just jump right into her musical education career. And so as soon as she got home, she started her own business, teaching voice and piano and violin to kids in Hartford. And within weeks of starting this brand new business, she had over 25 kids signed up. When Jessie wasn't teaching that summer, she was often writing original music with her friend Dan Bartelt, who was also a very talented local musician. Or when she wasn't doing that, she was rehearsing at the Shower Arts Center, where that summer she had auditioned for and landed a central role in that summer's musical, The Fiddler on the Roof. Jessie was the fiddler, and she was very excited about this. The musical opened to a packed house on Friday, July 12th at 7:30 p.m., and Jessie and the rest of her cast were incredible. And then the next night, July 13th, Saturday, they had another big performance at 7:30 as well. And then on Sunday, July 14th, they had a matinee performance at 2 p.m. After that matinee, Jessie and the rest of her castmates headed off to another cast member's house who had a pool, and they had a big pool party
Why
to
does the
celebrate
story
the
sound
end
so
of their
familiar?
opening weekend. And during this party, Jessie spent half of her time sitting around the pool with her castmates, and the other half of the time she spent petting llamas that were in a nearby field. Jessie would finally leave the party and get back to her parents' house sometime after midnight, and when she went inside, her mother, Joy, was still awake. And so when Joy heard her daughter, she came out to the front of the house, and she was getting ready to ask Jessie, how was the party, when she noticed right away that something was off about Jessie. She looked upset about something. And so Joy asked her, are you okay? And so Jessie looked like she was about to maybe go into a lengthy explanation about why she was feeling the way she was feeling, but ultimately Jessie just kind of stopped herself, and in a tone that was less upset and more just annoyed, she would tell her mom,
Thank you so much for the YouTube
the
sub,
guys in the
Jamie
cast, there are
Braden.
these two older guys
Hope you're having
that
a
were kind of
really
hitting
good
on
day.
me, and those are my friends, and I felt like they were crossing the line, and it was just totally uncomfortable. And so
Story
Joy
sounds like
began
it's
asking
a
some
flow of
follow-up questions to get a
thought
sense
writing.
of, how serious this
Oh.
was, and it just seemed like it wasn't
This
that
guy,
serious.
he's
And
really
pretty
good
quickly,
at
the two women said goodnight to each other, and they both
telling
retired to
stories,
their rooms
but
to go to bed.
it's an
The next
actual story
morning,
that
Buck
happened.
and Joy got up fairly early, around 7 a.m., and Jessie, she stayed in bed because her only commitment that day was a lesson she was teaching one of her students at around noon, and they'd be coming by the house
He
for
covers
that
the
lesson.
only
And so her
stories
parents
that
knew she was sleeping in, and
have
so
like
Buck and Joy,
evidence
they're
of
kind going
happening.
about their morning routine. Buck left ahead of Joy, probably around 7 or 7:30, and then at 8 a.m., Joy, right before she left the house, she brought some laundry up to Jessie's room. And so she opens Jessie's door, she goes inside, Jessie's asleep, and Joy, she puts the laundry down, and she considers going over and waking her daughter up just to say good morning and maybe goodbye. But she thought to herself,
listening to
Jessie
these
never gets a chance to sleep.
it's
in. She's
really
always
helping
got
me with
something going on,
concentrating.
and so I'll let her
Otherwise,
sleep.
I
And so
have a
Joy just
concentration
quietly left the
issue.
room. She shut
I
the door
cannot
behind her,
break
and she
without
headed off to work.
watching a
At around
video.
noon, Joy would leave her office and head back home for her lunch break. And so when she walked into her home, she was expecting to see Jessie awake because Jessie had one of her students arriving any time. But when she walked inside, the house was silent. Jessie was not downstairs. She apparently was not awake, and Joy had seen her car out in the driveway, so she knew she hadn't left. And so kind of annoyed, Joy walked to the foot of the stairs and she yelled upstairs for Jessie to wake up. Hey, your student's going to be here any minute. And then Joy left the foot of the stairs and walked
I
into
get
the
it. I
kitchen
do
and
have
made herself
ADHD.
something
I
to
never
eat.
got.
After a little while, as
I
she's
never
finishing
went
making
to
her lunch,
get a
Joy
diagnosis.
hears a
It's
knock
like
on the front door.
it's
And now
okay.
at this point, Joy
I can
is really
figure
annoyed
out how
because
to
Jessie
maintain
has
my
still
brain.
not made a sound. She has not come downstairs, and so Joy, she goes
Mainly
over to the
because
front
I don't
door,
want to
she
go on
opens it up, and
medication.
sure enough, it's Jessie's student. She asks the student to come inside and wait for a minute, and then Joy hustles up the stairs. She goes right over to Jessie's bedroom. She opens the door up. Jessie's still in bed, and so Joy runs over to her to jostle her awake. But as soon as she is standing right above
sometimes
the bed, right over her daughter,
it does
and she has
get a little
clear look
frustrating when you
down at
feel
her
like
daughter's face,
your
she
brain's like
freezes.
literally
Moments later,
buzzing
she would call
and you're
911.
just multitasking like 5 things at the same time, and your brain feels like it's spinning in circles.
My daughter is blue. I went to wake her up, and I just got home from lunch, and she won't wake up.
She's
Oh my
19.
God.
Okay, hang on just a second. Okay, so is she breathing?
I don't.
I recommend getting an official diagnosis, and you won't have to go on meds. I got off mine after high school,
Strangulation marks.
but
There are strangulation marks?
That's what it looks
what's the
like.
point of
I
getting
don't know
official
what's going on.
diagnosis if
I don't know what's going on.
whenever my
Joy
mind
would
gets
gently
like that,
pull her daughter
I know how
out
to
of the bed and lay her
manage
down
it,
on the
and
ground.
I don't
She would
want
put
any
a pillow
medication.
underneath her head, and then she would begin doing chest compressions to try to save her daughter's life. But it was already too late. When police and paramedics arrived moments later, they came into the bedroom and they quickly determined that Jessie was deceased. When police looked at Jessie's body, they too saw the marks on her neck that her mother had referenced on the 911 call, and they also saw the same ligature marks on her left wrist and also on her ankles. As a result of these findings, the police on scene quickly concluded that this was not a naturally occurring death, this was not a suicide, this was a homicide. And so, as gently as they could, the police ushered Joy out of her daughter's bedroom and led her downstairs.
Wait, so
because at this point,
her
daughter's
daughter
bedroom
died?
was a crime scene, and they needed to keep it pristine so they could find evidence to figure out who did this. Once downstairs, Joy
Because if your
was
dog is
reunited
worth,
with her very distraught husband, Buck, who
their
had just
pay,
come home as well.
they'll point you in
And
the
two
right
of them, I mean,
direction
their life
of
is
getting help and
destroyed.
learning
Their
good coping
beautiful
techniques.
Baby girl, their only
I don't
child,
know.
is
I
now
feel
suddenly
like
gone, and it didn't make
I
any
have like a
sense.
very
During
low
the
trust with
search of
doctors
Jessie's bedroom
when
and
it comes
also
to
the blood
things
at
like
House
this. It's
at
like
large,
every
the
week
police were
they're
not
changing
able
their
to
mind
find
what's
any
better
cord
for
or
you.
rope or ligatures that could have been
Like
used
obviously,
to
if it's
strangle
like
Jesse to death.
vaccine
The
or
police
like
also
flu
noted that there
shots
was no
or
sign of forced entry
like I'm
anywhere in the
sick,
house,
obviously I'll
and
go
it
to the
appeared
doctor. This
nothing in
one,
the house was
it doesn't
stolen.
really
And
bother
so
me.
quickly, the lead Hartford police detective named
I'm
Richard
chilling.
Thickens began operating under the assumption that the killer knew Jesse and targeted
I would say
Jesse.
mine isn't that
They would have
bad.
known where she was in the house.
Mine
They
is
knew how to
only
get in the
like
house, and they went
sometimes
straight for
like
her,
mildly
killed her, and
infuriating.
left. When Detective Thickens spoke with Buck and Joy just hours after they had discovered their daughter dead, he asked them if they had any idea who would want to hurt their daughter. And at first, the parents said, no, we don't know anyone. But after some more prodding, Buck would say, well, you know, recently there were some tree limb cutters that were cutting limbs right outside
Especially
of
with
Jesse's bedroom window.
you constantly
And
hear
so
like
maybe
content
they
creators
looked in and they
abusing
saw a
ADHD
teenage girl
medication.
who was all alone, and they came in and they attacked her. And then Buck also said
I feel like
that
it has
in
such a
addition
bad
to
rep
teaching
now.
music that summer, Jesse had picked up a few hours working at a restaurant down the road. And recently, she had come into conflict with one of her coworkers who began acting very inappropriately with her. He basically would walk past Jesse and intentionally bump into her and rub into her and just get inside of her personal space. And this coworker was aware of the fact that Jesse was really upset and had already told her family. And so perhaps this coworker was disgruntled and was seeking revenge. Also, Joy would point out to the detective that the night before, when Jesse came home, she had seemed really upset about something. She had said it was about these two guys that, you know, were hitting on her at the party, and it made her uncomfortable. But Joy and Jesse didn't really get into it. So there was something obviously on her mind the night that she was killed. Following this discussion, Detective Thickens would go out and track down those tree trimmers. He would also track down
I'm
the
invested into
coworker
the
at
story now.
restaurant,
I just want to
and he
know how it
discovered that
ends.
They had rock-solid alibis, and they were ruled out as suspects. As for the two older guys, the cast members from the pool party that had made Jesse uncomfortable, Detective Thickens found them, and he very quickly ruled out one of them, but he was not able to rule out the other. His name was Randy Talley. When Detective Thickens spoke to Randy on July 15th, the day that Jesse was found, Randy would deny having anything to do with Jesse's death. When Detective Thickens asked him, you know, where were you the night before after the cast party? Where'd you go? And then where were you this morning? Randy would tell him that after the party, he went back to his apartment, and that is where he has been the entire time until right then. When Detective Thickens asked him if there was anyone that could corroborate his story, Randy said no, he was alone in his apartment the entire time. Shortly after speaking with Randy, the police were still searching Jesse's bedroom for evidence, and they discovered her diary. And her final entry in this diary only made Randy seem more suspicious. Despite downplaying the incident that Jesse had had with these two older cast members at the pool party, after Jessie had spoken with her mom briefly when she got back from the party, she had gone up to her room and then made this final diary entry. And in it, she talks about being really upset about what these two guys had done to her. She said that these two guys were corrupting her and that they were taking what should be platonic love and perverting it into a competition. Her closing lines seemed to indicate that she might have been expecting some sort of future confrontation with these two guys. The lines read, "I am not helpless. I will recognize problems and confront them without fear. God be with me." Between Randy's lack of an alibi and then Jesse's kind of ominous final message that seemed to be talking about Randy, Randy quickly became the primary suspect in this murder investigation. But Randy's cell phone records indicated that he had not had any interaction, no calls, no text messages, with Jessie leading up to her death. And around the time in the morning of July 15th, when she would have been killed, Randy's cell phone was in his apartment, far away from Jessie's house. And so while this didn't definitively mean that Randy could not have killed Jesse, because he could have just left his cell phone at his apartment when he carried out the attack, what it did mean was there wasn't any real evidence to support the idea that Randy killed Jesse. And so the Hartford police had to go back to the drawing board and try to find new leads to chase down. And on July 16th, just 24 hours after Jesse was discovered, the police would get a huge lead. 3 days before Jesse was killed, a young woman about the same age as Jesse, named Melissa Richards, decided to take her dog for a walk in a
I really
park
hope it's not
in
the mother.
Richfield, Wisconsin, which is a small town about 10 miles southeast of Hartford. When Melissa pulled her car into the dirt parking lot that connected to the walking trail she intended to go on, she noticed there was only one other car parked in this lot,
Okay.
and it was immediately on her left, pointed
Who
nose
died?
away from the entrance. It was this blue minivan. And so as she's driving in, she looked over at it and she noticed the driver had their legs poking out of the driver's side window as if they were laying down
Hit
across
the mother.
front
I
seats.
really hope
And so this
not.
didn't really matter to
But
Melissa,
usually in these
but she
stories,
definitely
it is
took
usually the
note of
parents.
this person in this van. And so she drives past the blue van on her
Just
left.
so
She
fucked
drives
up.
all the way across to the other side of the dirt lot. She parks her car, she hops out, she gets her little dog Remy out of the car, and then she walks away from the parking lot and heads onto the
I'm
walking
like so
trail
invested
into the
into
woods.
the story.
The trail that
I
she
hope
was
everyone
walking on
else is
was
too.
basically a big loop that ended at the entrance to the dirt parking lot. And so when she was done with her walk, she would be walking directly across the entire parking lot, which would mean she would be walking on foot past that blue minivan if it was still
God,
there
can
when
I
she
open
was
my
done.
candy?
And so Melissa does a 30-minute loop. She
There we
gets
go.
all the way around and she reaches the
Yeah,
entrance
it's
to the
messed
parking
up.
lot. And she sees
Yep,
the blue
yep,
minivan
yep.
is still parked where it was, except the driver no longer has their feet poking out of the window. Now she can't see if there's anybody in the van at all. And so Melissa, again, she's not really thinking about this. It's crossing her mind, but she's not on edge about this van. And so she lets go of the leash of Remy, and Remy starts running to the car.
Hey,
and Melissa pulls
let's
out
do
her
some
key fob and she
eye
opens up the trunk to the
physics.
car. And so Remy runs over, he leaps into the car, and then Melissa just continues to walk across the lot towards her vehicle. And when Melissa walks just far enough that she is past the blue minivan, she turns to look at it and she sees the person who had been sticking their legs out of the window, the driver, is now sitting in the passenger seat of the blue minivan. The door is open and this person is sitting there staring at Melissa. And so Melissa, she makes quick eye contact with this person and immediately averts her gaze. She doesn't want to be rude, and she just keeps on walking towards her vehicle. But again, she's not worried about what's happening with this fan. She's just aware of this person and this fan. But after averting her gaze, she hears the sound of someone running towards her from behind. And so she whips her head around and she sees the same person who was sitting in the passenger seat, the driver of this van, has run up to her. And as soon as she turned around to face this person, they came to a complete stop and they were just staring directly at Melissa. They were only about 10 feet apart. And Melissa kind of reflexively said, "Oh, you scared me." And then Melissa just turned her back on this person and continued walking towards her vehicle. And after taking only a couple of steps, once again, she heard the sound of this person
I don't
behind
want
her
the
start
eye
running towards her.
physics
And
being
immediately
too
she whips her head
overwhelming.
around again and again. This person comes to an abrupt stop
A little
as soon as
bit.
Melissa's looking at them. Except now Melissa knows something's not right. And worst of all, she looks down and in this person's right hand by their hip is a knife. A split second later, this person charges Melissa. They tackle Melissa to the ground. Melissa smashes down onto her stomach and she's pinned on her stomach. And this person, they attempt to stab Melissa, but Melissa fights back like mad. She turns over and she grabs the blade of the knife and she wrestles it away from her attacker and she pulls the knife under her body and she puts it under all of her weight. And the attacker is
Is
so
my eyes
surprised
not
that
have
this
the-
has happened. They actually stop
shit,
for a
I haven't
second
switched
before
off.
kind of reaching down and trying to yank the knife out from underneath Melissa, but Melissa is not letting it go. And so finally the attacker just kind of sits up on her back and says, "Can I just go?" And Melissa says, "No." But at that
Wow.
exact moment, the attacker leapt up and started
just
running
go?
back towards the blue minivan.
Oh,
and so
okay.
Melissa, she's not waiting around to see what they're going to do. And so she jumps up. She's still got the knife in her hand. Her hands are completely ruined. Melissa runs to her car. She leaps inside. She throws the bloody knife onto the floorboard of the passenger seat. After making sure Remy is in the car with her, she shuts the back hatch. She locks the doors. And then she turns around and she sees her attacker in the van peeling out of the lot driving away. And so
What the
Melissa
fuck?
is relieved, but she also just wants to get the heck away from where she is right now. She's totally alone. And so she fires up her car and she drives to the hospital. After getting 15 stitches to repair the 3 very deep cuts in her hands, Melissa was transferred to a recovery room where a man named Joel Klossing, who was a detective with the Washington County Sheriff Department, he came into the room and he took down Melissa's statement. Now, Melissa was very shaken up about what had just happened. She had no idea who this person was, why they attacked her.
Understandable.
But despite being shaken up, Melissa had the most incredible memory of the event. She knew exactly what her attacker looked like, all the little details, and she knew everything about the vehicle, to include the fact that she knew it was a Dodge Caravan minivan. So she knew the exact type of car, and she guessed it was probably from the years 2000 to 2002. And so Melissa gives this incredible statement, and Detective Klossing, he goes back and he has a composite sketch made of the attacker, and then on this sheet that showed the attacker, there was a description of the vehicle and where it was located and some details of the case. And so Detective Klossing releases this sketch and the information to the media, and he puts it around town, and he's expecting someone in town to know who this person is because the description is so good. And someone would come forward. On July 16th, so one day after Jesse had been killed, a deputy from the Washington County Sheriff Department, he came forward and said, "Hey, I saw your flyer and I read the description Melissa gave about the type of vehicle this person was using, and I have seen that vehicle parked in the exact same spot in that park. I was there a couple of weeks ago. I saw it there. There was something weird about it. The driver was acting strange. And so I actually ran the license plates to see if there was some outstanding warrants or something going on with this person. But after I ran the plates, nothing came up. And so I kind of just forgot about it. But now I've read this description and I'm pretty convinced it's the same exact vehicle. And so I can pull those plates that I ran and we can see who owned that vehicle, and, you know, maybe it's a match." And so the deputy, he pulls up the information that he had pulled from the license plates of the van he had seen a couple of weeks earlier. And when they looked at the owner of that minivan, there was just no way they matched the description that Melissa gave. It just could not be the same person. And so briefly, Detective Klossing and the deputy believed that, okay, it was just some big coincidence that a very similar blue minivan was parked in the exact same spot a couple of weeks apart. But when Detective Klossing looked a little bit deeper into who the owner of that vehicle was, he would discover they had a relative that matched exactly the description that Melissa gave of her attacker. And so on the afternoon of July 16th, so one day after Jesse has been killed, Detective Klossing tracks down the phone number of the relative who looks exactly like the attacker, and he punches that number into his cell phone and he put the phone to his ear. At the same time, 10 miles to the northwest, Buck and Joy Blodgett were hosting a vigil for their daughter in their home. And so all of Jesse's very close friends and family, they were all there in the living room, and they were sitting around in a big circle, crying together, grieving together, and then also sharing their favorite memories of Jesse. And so while they're all doing that, a phone starts to ring inside of the circle. And the owner of that phone, 19-year-old Daniel Bartelt, who was a very close friend of Jesse's and who had spent much of that summer coming over to the Blodgett household to make original music with Jesse, he stands up and he walks quietly away from the group, and then he answers the phone, and it's Detective Klossing asking Daniel to come into the station to talk about Melissa Richards. Daniel would make his way to the police station that afternoon, and he would be interviewed by Detective Klossing and another detective. And even though they had brought Daniel in to talk to him about Melissa Richards, it was not lost on these detectives how strange it was that Daniel is at the home of a recently murdered young woman where that case is unsolved, and he is now the suspect of another attack on another young woman that happened only a couple of days earlier and only a couple of miles away. And so as soon as Daniel sits down, Detective Klossing casually asks him, you know, "Hey, why were you at Jesse Blodgett's house when I called you?" And Daniel would say, "Well, you know, I'm very close with Jesse, and so we were there as part of her vigil because she was killed yesterday." And so the detective kind of did gradually shift to Melissa Richards, which Daniel would say he had nothing to do with. But as they began asking him questions about Melissa, Detective Klossing and the other detective noticed that there were cuts on Daniel's hands. And so they kind of cut him off and they asked Daniel, you know, "How'd you get these cuts on your hands?" And Daniel was very quick to say, "Well, you know, I got them at work. a screw kind of jutted out and cut my hands. I move inventory around in a back room of an engineering company. That's my job. And, you know, I just cut my hand at work. And so at that point, the police began really asking very pointed questions about exactly how he hurt his hands and what exactly did he do at his job. And at some point, when it just seemed like there was something off about his story about how he hurt himself, one of the detectives just says to Daniel, if I were to call your employer, this engineering company, would they say you, Daniel, are currently employed with them? And Daniel, he kind of paused for a minute and then said, no, I actually lost my job several weeks ago. And so now the detectives knew he had to be lying about how he cut his hand, because he's just told them that he hurt it at work recently, but he wasn't employed recently. And so Detective Clausen kind of leans in and says, Daniel, so how'd you really hurt your hand? And so Daniel, he begins talking about how he cut it cooking. And Detective Clausen is like, Daniel, nobody would lie about cutting their hand cooking. So why don't you just tell us the truth? And amazingly, Daniel would. He would admit, after some serious pressure, that he hurt himself attacking Melissa Richards. He told detectives that after he lost his job a few weeks earlier, he didn't want his parents to know he had lost his job, and so he had just continued getting up early and leaving the house and coming back later in the day.
Thank you so much for the YouTube sub.
Work all day,
Suitable.
when in reality, all he was doing was driving
Hope you're having a
around
really
and
good
sometimes
day.
going to parks and just sitting in parking spots in parks. And so on July 12th, the day that Melissa was attacked, that's exactly what Daniel was doing. He was pretending to be at work by sitting in that parking space in that dirt lot in Richfield. And at some point, he saw Melissa and he decided he just wanted to attack her. He told detectives that recently he had become overwhelmed in college, and so he had dropped out, and then he lost his job. And so combined, he was just feeling kind of scared of life. That's how he described it. And so he wanted somebody else to feel scared too. And so that was why he said he attacked Melissa. But despite admitting to this vicious, violent crime against Melissa Richards, Daniel, when asked if he had any connection to the Jesse Blodgett murder, he would say, absolutely not. I love Jesse. I would never hurt her. But when Detective Clausing reached out to Detective Thickens of the Hartford Police and told them you should look at Daniel as a potential suspect in your murder case, it would quickly come to light that Daniel was
No,
lying
he's a
again.
coward.
Daniel
Yes,
was raised
he's a
in
big
good,
coward.
loving family. He was extremely smart, straight A student. He was an incredible
Well, obviously
musician,
he was
and
not
he was
extremely
really well
smart.
respected by his peers and even by his teachers and other instructors. I mean, this was a kid who had everything going for him. But something went wrong with Daniel, and no one knows exactly why. Shortly before he attacked Melissa, Daniel had become obsessed with killing and death and murder. His internet search history shows that he spent a lot of time looking for actual snuff videos online. Those are videos of actual murder. He also spent a lot of time looking up serial killers and spree killers, and he was especially interested in anybody who killed lots and lots of women. And then finally, right before he would attack Melissa, Daniel, based on his search history, had discovered this one particular pornographic snuff film, and it was of this woman who was all tied up and hogtied, and after being assaulted, she was strangled. And Daniel watched this video
Why would you watch it like that?
over again. On that day, July 12th, as Daniel is pretending to be at work, he's sitting in his car, he looks out and he sees Melissa, she's all alone, and something clicks in his head where he decides he's going to go reenact that wretched pornographic snuff film on Melissa. And so Melissa was likely just at the wrong place at the wrong time. Recovered in that dirt parking lot after the attack was this special, very strong tape that had been in Daniel's pockets during the attack. It had just fallen out. And so it's believed he was going to use that tape to subdue Melissa and then abduct her. But obviously Melissa fought back and Daniel got spooked and ran off. 3 days later, on July 15th, it's believed that Daniel decided he wanted to try again. He wanted to
this is why I stay on the good side of the law, because I write murder mysteries as a hobby, and my search history reflects that. Did they actually check that in
He
US?
needed his victim not to fight back.
I'm just assuming you're from US.
19-year-old Jesse Blodgett. his close friend who inherently trusted him and would easily let him into her house, into her bedroom. It wouldn't matter if she was all alone because she felt safe around him. Based on eyewitness testimony of someone who was driving through the Blodgett neighborhood on the morning that Jesse was killed, it's believed Daniel arrived in the driveway of the Blodgett household just a few minutes
Let's check
after
out the
Buck
eye
and Joy
physics.
had left for work. And so he pulled
We
into
need
the
to tweak
driveway
anything.
knowing that Jesse was all alone. We don't know exactly what happened inside of that house. We don't know if Jesse came down and opened the door or if she was
switch
still
on the
upstairs
screen
sleeping.
cap.
But Daniel, he entered the house, and when he went inside, he was prepared for what he was about to do. He literally had a bag
the
full
entire
of supplies.
screen cap
Things
thing.
like that special tape, there were ligatures, cords, ropes, there was alcohol wipes, zip ties. And so he makes his way upstairs to Jesse's bedroom, and then once he's in there,
Invisible?
we don't know if Jesse was awake or sleeping at this time, but either way, Daniel jumped on top of her and immediately put a homemade ball gag
This is
into her
looking
mouth
so weird,
and then
though.
wrapped that special tape around her head to make sure the gag stayed in her mouth.
Fix it.
And then once she couldn't make a sound, he bound
It's
her
hella
wrists and
weird.
her ankles, and he hogtied her, and then he viciously assaulted her, and then after he was done, he wrapped some cord around her neck and he strangled her to death. After she was deceased, Daniel attempted to clean her body with some alcohol wipes, and then after that, he kind of repositioned her in her bed with the covers up over her to give the appearance that she was still sleeping to her
cannot.
parents when they inevitably would find her. Then
Missed it.
Daniel rounded up all of his murder supplies back
is
into his
happening?
bag, except he did accidentally leave
I'm
one of
letting
those
you
special
adjust
rolls
it.
of tape underneath Jesse's bed, and then he slipped out of the Blodgett household, and then he drove to Woodlawn Park, where he disposed of his supplies into one of the trash cans. The next
There we
day,
go.
at Jesse's vigil, Daniel would attend, and according to the other people that were there, Daniel was by far the most talkative person in that circle.
Yes, I'm
Daniel would
American?
ultimately
Hell
be found
yeah.
guilty of murdering Jesse Blodgett, although he
Been
never
living here
admitted
for a
guilt.
year now.
In
I'm
fact,
celebrating.
during
Woo!
the sentencing phase, Buck Blodgett would give this incredibly eloquent
Wait, I don't
and
have the
heart-wrenching
thing switched
speech
on.
about what it was like
How do I
to
switch
lose
it on
his
again?
only child. And toward the end of
Show?
this speech, Buck
Oh,
turned
wait, it
to
was
his right, so
this.
away from the judge who he had
I
been
think it was
addressing,
here.
and he looked directly at Daniel, and Daniel looked back
Yeah,
at him,
it was
and
here.
Buck says, "Dan, I forgive you as I
That
have
joke
every day
alert
since I
was
found out
brown
it
and
was you."
sticky. A stick?
And then
Okay.
a few moments later, Buck would also say to Dan, "Dan, not only do I forgive you, but I love you." But when Daniel got his turn to stand up and say something on his behalf, he turned to face Buck and Joy, and looking right at them, he would tell them that he's innocent and that he doesn't have any answers for them because he didn't do it and his conscience is clear. Daniel was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, and as far as we know, he still denies having killed Jesse despite the mountain of evidence against
think
him.
this should
In the
be
days
fine for
following
now.
Jesse's death,
I
Buck
can switch
Blodgett
on
walked into
the rest
his
later
daughter's
on.
bedroom, and he laid down on her bed, and looking straight up, he tried to hold his breath for as
The
long as he
blinking?
possibly could. And as he began to
There we go.
struggle,
It's
he
blinking.
started to imagine what it was like
Okay,
for his poor
add
daughter in her final moments as she's being murdered, and it
My
just crushed
physics.
him. He thought to himself, I wasn't there for my little girl when she
How
needed
do I
me
do
the
this
most.
next?
But instead
Add.
of just carrying that terrible
I
burden
think it
around
was
with him for
I
the rest of his
open,
life,
I
Buck
smile.
and his family
X,
decided they had
Y.
to do something to honor their daughter's memory and maybe even change the world, which was something that Jesse always talked about
A.
wanting to do. And so Buck would go on to start the Love is Greater Than Hate
3.
project, which is this incredible charity
And
whose mission
I
is designed
physics.
to end male-on-female
Okay.
violence and to inspire
Now
love
scale.
over hate. So that's going to do it. If you got something out of today's
50.
episode and you haven't done this already, please ask the like button
let's
to help
put
you move
this
out of your
to
apartment and offer to pay them in beer and
Okay.
pizza. When they accept and the move
This
is
to
complete, only serve
10.
O'Doul's and anchovy pizza. In 2007,
little
the
higher?
now famous cult classic movie Into the Wild was released to movie theaters for the first time. The movie, which is based on a true story, centers on the life of a young man named Christopher McCandless. In 1990, Christopher graduated from a really good school with honors, and by all accounts, he could have gone on to get a really good, high-paying job, but Christopher didn't want a job. He wanted freedom. And so without telling his parents, because they would not have been happy about this idea, he gave away all of his possessions, he gave all his money to charity, and he headed off to Alaska to live off the grid by himself. He eventually would find this rusted out old city bus in the middle of the Alaskan wilderness, and he would make this bus his shelter, and he would live inside of this bus for 113 days before he unfortunately died of starvation. While Christopher's story is obviously tragic, the movie about his life, Into the Wild, really focuses on Christopher's unrelenting spirit and his constant drive towards getting the thing he wants the most, which is freedom. And so at the end of this movie, the audience is left feeling not sad, but inspired. Inspired to take big risks in life and seek out adventure before it's too late. One audience member who was totally inspired by Christopher McCandless's life story was an 18-year-old young man named Matt Higgins who lived in Oregon. Matt was about to graduate high school, and unlike a lot of his peers, he had no idea what he should do after graduation, whether it was get a job or go to school. But after watching Into the Wild, a third option appeared to him, which was to head off into the wild, just like Christopher McCandless had done, except not permanently. Matt quickly fell in love with this option. He viewed it as a chance to kind of take a break from reality and go find himself, and then at the end of his stint in the wild, he could come back and, get a job or go to school. And so Matt's official Into the Wild plan was that he would graduate in 2007, and then in the spring of 2008, he would hike the entirety of the California section of the infamously rugged and beautiful Pacific Crest Trail. And he would do this all on his own. This section of the Pacific Crest Trail that he planned on hiking was roughly 1,700 miles long. It began on the border of Mexico in Southern California, and it wound its way north up to the border of Oregon. The trail cut through deserts and up and over mountains, and there was lots of dangerous wildlife to contend with. And on top of that, there were many points along this trail where hikers were very isolated. They were not anywhere near civilization, and so if anything were to happen to them, they'd be on their own. And so naturally, this hike was not a beginner hike. However, Matt was not a beginner hiker. He had grown up hiking and camping all over Oregon and the western United States. He had spent time in totally well-marked and safe areas, and he had also spent time hiking around very dangerous and isolated areas where there were cougars and bears and unmarked cliffs everywhere. And so Matt felt like with his experience in the outdoors, he was perfectly suited to take on this big of an adventure. And in many ways, that was true. However, something was going to happen to him while he was out on the Pacific Crest Trail.
Before I get too far, what are your pronouns? She, her.
So Matt graduated from high school in 2007, and
I'm just chilling.
in keeping with his plan, in the spring of 2008,
Don't worry
he packed up his
about
stuff, he
pronouns
headed to the
with
airport,
me.
and he flew south to Southern California. And when he got there, he
What
made
about
his way
you?
all the way south to the border of Mexico.
So is it
and
me
there, he
or
picked
it's
up the
kind of
start of the Pacific Crest Trail, and he began heading north. For the first few weeks of his hike, Matt would spend the entire day hiking as far as his body would allow him, and then at night, when it got too dark or when he got too tired, he would just set up his campsite right off the edge of the trail, and then after a quick bite to eat, he'd climb inside of his tent and he'd go to sleep. And then the next day, he'd get up early and he'd do it all over again. During those first few weeks, the only real adversity that Matt ever faced, beyond just kind of normal fatigue from long-distance hiking, was at one point he got a little dehydrated, and another time he almost stepped on a rattlesnake. So besides those two things, really, the hike had actually been fairly routine by Matt's standards.
Making sure
but when he reached
any words for me, I'm gender fluid.
You
have to explain to me what that means.
Located about 150
so I actually
miles
fully
from
understand
the
that.
end of his hike, so the border of Oregon. When he got there,
I'm only gender
this
fluid
hike of
when
his
it comes
would become
to
anything
who I
but
date with.
routine. Not
Because
long
genders
after
don't
stepping
exist to
foot
me.
in Lassen Forest, Matt found himself walking along this winding dirt path where the trees on both sides of this path were pressed tightly up
That's
against
why
the
it's so
edges of
hard
this
for me
trail.
with the
And because
pronouns
of how
part.
densely packed the
Because
trees
for
were
me,
together, it was
it's
almost
like
he had these walls
genders
on
don't
either
really
side of him that extended 100
like
feet
they
into the air. And
exist,
so it
but
was very
like
quiet and
they
very
don't
dark
matter
as
to
he was
me
walking along. But
because
Matt was enjoying it. All he could hear was the chirping of birds and the insects
I like
buzzing
men,
around him.
I like
It was
women.
peaceful. And so Matt's
I
just kind of
dated people who
meandering
were
his way through the
transitioning.
forest. He's in no rush.
It's like,
And at some point, the trail
as
he was
long
on
as
banked
I like you
hard
as
to the
a
right.
human
And so
being,
he makes this turn, and as he does, he looks up, and what
identify.
he sees kind of startles him.
Well,
About 20
right
feet
now it's
away
a
from
bad
him, off
time
to the
for
right
that
side of the
joke.
trail, is this big boulder.
Read the room,
and
Wolf.
sitting
Read the
on this
room.
boulder are two middle-aged people, a man and a woman. They were both dressed head to toe
I
in
think
white.
the eyes are
They
fine.
both looked very dirty and disheveled. The man had this big, unkempt beard, and both of them were just staring daggers
look
at
drunk.
Matt.
Not
So
even.
Matt felt awkward.
I
and
will
immediately
not even lie.
looked
It
down
looks
as he
drunk
continued
as
walking
fuck.
towards them. But as he got within a few feet, he looked up and kind of awkwardly smiled at them and waved and said hi, and they didn't respond. They just continued to stare at him with no discernible expression on their face, and they watched him as he walked right past them. And so after Matt walked past these two people in white, he felt really
I don't
uncomfortable
strictly identify
because he knew
as
they were
male or
still
female.
definitely staring at him as
Okay.
he walked away, and he didn't want to turn around and meet their eye contact. And so he's just kind of walking away, feeling that uncomfortable feeling of someone staring at him, and he's thinking to himself,
1 second.
why
I
didn't they
need
at
to
least
rub my
wave
brain
or
cells
acknowledge him in
together.
some way?
Make
Especially
sure I
considering
get
the fact
this right.
that on the Pacific Crest Trail, people go days without seeing other people. Matt, in fact, had not seen another person in days until he saw these two. And so he's
This,
thinking, how rude is that to just
this.
completely not react when another person walks past you on
Think
this
I got it
trail?
all?
But Matt told himself, you know what? I don't know these people. I don't
Or
know
do I
what their
need to
issues
do
are.
this?
For all I know, they're foreign and they didn't understand what I
We'll
said.
find it
and so
out in
maybe
a
that's
second.
why they didn't say hello back. Who knows? But you know what? It's none of my business.
Okay.
And so Matt just continued walking along. He
Copy.
never turned around to look back at these two people in white.
Let's
He just carried
untoggle
on.
the
A few hours
left eye.
later, when the sun was starting to set, Matt was
Oh,
still
not the
walking
eyebrows,
along this
though.
winding trail with these huge trees on either side of him, and so visibility was getting pretty poor. And so he began looking for a place to make his camp. But because of
Need to
how
keep the
close these trees were to the edge of this trail,
eyebrows
and
in.
considering how dense these trees were, there
I'll be
was
doing
no
the
spot
eyebrows
for him
separately.
to
Okay.
make his campsite
So
without
we have
completely
this.
blocking the trail. And Matt did
Now
not want to
let's
block
see.
the trail for other people. And so what he did is he left the trail and he walked 300 feet or so into these thick trees where he found this little clearing, and that's where he set up his
Copy.
tent. Once it was all set up, he made some
Paste.
food for himself on his little stove, and then after he was
reflect.
done eating, he packaged up
Eyeball
all of his
X.
leftover food inside of a waterproof bag,
Didn't
and he
copy.
sealed that up, and then he tied some cord to the bag and threw the bag up and over a branch of a nearby tree and kind of tied it off so the
Why is
bag
it
was
not
sitting
copying?
well off the
Okay.
ground. This was to
Let me
make
try
sure
this
no
again.
bears could get to
Copy.
his food. And so after his
There we go.
leftovers were secured high up in a tree, it was totally pitch black outside. And so Matt just climbed into his tent, he zipped it up, climbed into his sleeping bag, and he fell asleep. The next morning, Matt got up right as the sun was starting to rise.
I
and so
judge
it
a
was still
person
pretty
by
dark
how they
outside, but
act,
there was a
how
little
they
bit of
treat
light.
other people.
so
I don't
Matt
care
unzipped
about
his
your
tent
gender,
and he looked
nationality, your
outside, and
background.
the
Just
first thing he
treat
noticed
the
was
world
his
with
bag of
kindness,
food
and
that
I'll
he'd put up
respect
in the
you.
tree
Yep.
was gone. And so Matt stepped out of his tent and he looked around, thinking, maybe
Black
it fell to the
eyeball
ground or
X.
something, but it wasn't
Why
there.
is
It
it
was just
not
gone.
going there
And so
though?
Matt thought to himself, I didn't hear anything last night, but I guess a bear must have come into the campsite, found the food, and run off with it. And so Matt began walking over to the tree where he had strung the food up to begin looking on the ground for bear prints to confirm his theory that that was who took his food. And so he walks over, he's looking around, he doesn't see any bear prints, but he does see 2 sets of human boot prints, neither of which were his. And before he could even process that, he realized these prints, these human prints, were not just underneath this tree where the food was. These prints,
Trying
as
to
he looked
understand why
around
it's not
him,
reflecting
extended
properly.
all the way up to his tent and
Eyeball
all around his
X.
tent and all over his campsite.
Why is it
and
not
so
doing
as
that
Matt
thing?
is looking at this crazy
Hold on,
trail of
let
human prints
me-
all over
I have a video that I bookmarked that helped me in the past whenever I stumble upon this issue. By the way, what's wrong with the chat? What do you mean? What's wrong with the chat? Oh, it's not showing? Oh, that's because I have display capture, like my entire screen. Because otherwise it will not show the physics setting. Okay, I need to go into my liked videos. Liked videos. Quite a bit of rigging videos I added into my likes. Let's see. Here we go. I'm gonna put it up here so you guys can see it as well. What I'm looking at.
Okay, so this will be a quick little tutorial on rigging, which is you'll have ways. Let's continue. And then okay, there we go. It has been pasted. So you can see here in the menu.
Mine is
I
it?
hit Control C, and I hit Control V, and then
Try that again. Control C. Control V. Okay.
and then okay, there we go. It has been pasted. So you can see here in the menu, I'll move my head out of the way. We have 2 left eye groups. So if I move this one, the original should be under it. Oh, but what's this? We have this eye that we don't really care about. So let me Control Z.
Not
click
even
back
letting
the
me move
duplicate.
it.
For now, I will
There we go.
slightly make this semi-transparent. So when I reflect it and it's slightly off position, I can just reposition it into the right spot. So we grab our duplicate. We have it selected here. This is the deformer containing all the duplicate left eye parts. So we go into the modeling tab. It's up here. It's been cropped off in my stream, but it's pretty easy.
Oh, so I should just select it. It is selected. Okay.
Easy to locate. So modeling, go to edit shape. Reflect. And
I
you have
think
this
I was
little command prompt thingy here.
the wrong
You
thing.
want to make sure that reflect horizontally is
Yeah,
checked
I was
because we
clicking on
wanna
the
make
wrong
it flip
thing.
horizontally. So beep, bam. Sometimes it
Nope.
doesn't exactly reflect properly.
Why is it being so complicated? If I just do the other one. This is very annoying. Okay. There we go. We have liftoff, ladies and gentlemen. We have liftoff. We have done it. One thing, I don't see my eyebrows now, but you know, we'll take it. But yeah, we have liftoff. As it is, I'll be doing the same thing with the eyebrows, so I'll have to copy and paste the eyebrows anyway. But now I need to make sure the parameters are left eye for left eye, right eye for right eye. We? Who's we? You have done it. I'm using the royal we, okay? The royal we.
But
Over the place, he's thinking to himself, how is this possible? I went to bed last night when it was already pitch black outside.
There's another
and
one
I got up
I need to do
right
though.
at sunrise, so it was still dark outside.
But yeah,
So
I didn't
these
want
two
the
people that were
jiggle,
walking
the
all
eyes
over
being
my
too
campsite and
crazy.
cutting my food down, they somehow navigated here 300 feet off the main trail in the middle of nowhere. They navigated
Maybe it should be
here
a little
in total
crazier.
pitch blackness, and they did it silently without waking me up. How is that even possible? And so after running through this thought process, Matt realized the only logical conclusion was
you
that
mean
the
a
two
we?
people he saw
That's
on the
yes
rock,
in
the people
French.
in white, had followed him after seeing him. They saw where
Okay,
he
guys,
left the
you
trail,
said I'm gonna
and
go
they had
take a
waited
wicked
until he fell
wee.
asleep and then snuck out and robbed him. As Matt's thinking about this, he suddenly realized that maybe they're still around. Maybe he's still being watched. And so he began whipping his head around, looking in all directions, almost expecting to see the man and the woman in white kind of poking out from behind a tree. But when he looked around, he couldn't see anyone. However, he started to get that sense that he was being watched. And so, feeling really uncomfortable, he quickly packed up his campsite and walked as quickly and calmly as he could toward the trail. And as he walked, he kept thinking to himself that these people are going to jump out from behind a tree, or they're going to grab me from behind. And so he's walking faster and faster and faster.
I enjoy
and
the
finally
wee.
gets to the trail, and he looks down the trail and up the trail. He kind of looks all around.
It's just a habit. Whenever I get something done, I always say we. I need to find the other guide I bookmarked for myself. It's how to set the right parameters. Oh god, that scared me. Thank you so much for the follow, Sarbella. Hope you're having a good day. And I hope I pronounced your name right. Okay, let's go to my liked videos. I think it was her video that helped me out a lot. Oh, you mean we as in the we? It can be anything you like. Explained here.
So to copy it up on the other brow, I'm gonna select both the brow and the warp I put under. Control C to copy, and I'm gonna press Control V. Any of these, press OK, and then bam! Same thing for the eyes. We don't want both the brows moving on just the left side. For example, if you have one brow raised and the other one's lowered, you want it to reflect onto your model. So I'm gonna select the brow layer art where we just rigged everything. Right click on the keyframe for brow LY, press
Wait. She's way too fast.
and brow raised and the other one's lowered, you want it to reflect onto your model. So I'm gonna select the brow layer art where we just rigged everything. Right click on the keyframe for brow LY.
Oh god, that's gonna be hard. Ah, fuck it. I'll just have linked eyes. Whatever. I'll do that later. Maybe there's an easier way. Hold on. Oh, for some reason I typed in Live 3D.
Lashes.
Her video.
Add IR open 100. Now all we have to do is just to copy paste our eye to the other side. So what do
Now I must depart once more. Job needs me. It's okay. Good luck with your work.
What? How can we do that?
Thank you for
Open
hanging out with
every
us.
deformer, every element that we created from the eye, everything. Click, left click here, hold shift and click on the last element.
Hey. Okay, so in that case, let me organize a little bit.
He doesn't see anybody, and so he tells himself, okay,
I need to
they're gone.
organize.
So he took a deep
So,
breath,
first
he
of all,
composed himself, and he started
all
walking
of
north
this,
again
come on,
along the trail. Matt walked
like
for
this.
several hours, periodically looking over his shoulder, again expecting to see the man and woman in white, but he never did. And eventually, this narrow path kind of cutting through the dense forest opened up to this big, beautiful field. And by that point, the sun was high in the sky. And so Matt's walking in this very beautiful open area. He can see in
put it
all
here.
directions. There's sunlight beaming down on him. And so even though he was totally rattled by what had happened the night before,
I'm not
he found
moving there.
himself kind of becoming more at ease about the situation. He was far less paranoid, and he began telling himself, you know, as creepy as it is that
There we
those
go.
people in white almost certainly followed
Yeah,
him
let
and
me just
snuck up on his
organize
campsite
everything.
in the middle of the night, as bad as that is, he
Left.
thought, you know what, they probably were just super hungry and they clearly needed the food more than he did. And so, you know what,
Left.
those people, they can have my food, whatever. And so Matt just continued on telling himself he would never have to deal with the people in white ever again. However, he would be wrong. Over the next 3 days, Matt continued making his way north through the Lassen forest, and the trail he was on would weave between those big, beautiful open areas, back inside
So,
those very densely
I'm just
forested areas where
organizing
the
it
trees
just
were
in
practically
case if
right
in the
on top of
future
you. And
I
during
want to
those
do some
3
more
days,
stuff with
Matt
it.
did not see the people in white. He did not have any nighttime encounters with anybody. Nothing got stolen. And so that only reinforced the idea that, you know, he had been a target of opportunity. They had taken what they wanted from him, and they were no longer following him. But on the 4th day after the food stealing
I
incident,
probably will have to
things
do
would get
the
spooky for Matt
squiggly
again. On
and the
that 4th
heart
night,
later
Matt
on
was once
separately.
again
Anyways,
forced to leave the trail he was on. He was in one of those very densely forested
I
areas
wasn't
and
clicking
walk well off
enter.
the trail to
What
find
the
a clearing
fuck?
for his tent. And so he
Yeah, that's
walked,
here.
several hundred feet away. He finds this clearing. He sets up his tent, and then also he sets up a perimeter of sticks all around the outside of his campsite. This was a precaution he had begun taking after the food stealing incident. These sticks were an early warning system where if any animal or person came too close to his campsite, they would step, in theory, on these sticks and they would break and they would alert Matt in the middle of the night. And so after his campsite was all set up and all prepared, Matt sat down and had a quick bite to eat, and then after storing his food, he climbed inside of his tent and he fell asleep. A few hours later, Matt suddenly woke up. Now, when he woke up, he opened his eyes, but it's pitch black in his tent, there are no windows in his tent, and it's pitch black outside. So even with his eyes open, he can't see anything. And so he's just laying there with his eyes open, but it's total darkness, and he's just listening intently because he doesn't really know why he woke up, if something startled him, or if there's no reason at all. And so he's just laying there and he's listening.
Select
Yeah, so I need to select everything.
every element of your eye. You need to open the items. If it's like this, it's not good. Open everything. Open everything and select. Control C, Control V, copy paste it. It's gonna take a little bit. Don't click anything else, just wait for it to work. Right click on it, reflect. Here, horizontally, not vertically. Okay.
I already
Now,
done
I
that.
only had an eye and an highlight because as you can see now they're flipped. I want this. They changed their position a little. Let's this left. Let's check with the other. See? Because this is a very position. Both our eyes linked. They are working with the same parameters, and this is not what we want. So we need to create new parameters that are empty so that we can take the movements of this eye and detach it from the right eye and put it inside of our left parameters. So we already have IL open and IL smile, so we need to replicate parameter, edit parameter, rename it L, move it on the top, do the same for this one, and do the same for all of them.
Okay. So replicate. Replicate. L. I guess I can delete these then. Just want to make sure it's clean.
Now it's very easy. How do we detach it? So,
how did she replicate? Oh, okay. So she has like really convoluted stuff.
this is our copy pasted eye, right? Select everything from it. Left click on this one, right click on this one, change, and select
A. Hey, where did she click?
Click on this one, right click on this one, change.
Oh, right click there. My bad. Oh, okay. So I just need the keyforms for this. What?
And select. Now it's very easy. How do we detach it? So, this is our copy pasted eye, right? Select everything from it. Left click on this one, right click on this one.
It's trolling me. Wait, why did this not replicate properly then? When did I use? 0.211.2. 0.2 1.2. Should I have done that with all of this? I think I should have. I'll figure it out, even if it kills me. Just do this.
And as he's
figuring
listening,
it out.
he hears the distinct sound of something stepping on one of these sticks in his perimeter. And so he hears the stick break and his heart just starts racing because he knows that an animal or a person is just a few feet away from him. And so instinctively, he kind of begins to pull his arm as quietly as he can out of his sleeping bag, and he reaches over and he grabs his hunting knife. And as he grabs the handle of the knife and he brings it closer to him, he hears the sound of more footsteps. Whatever has stepped on the stick has not slowed down at all. They don't care about the sound they just made. They're still moving towards his tent. And so Matt's starting to get really freaked out because he knows that, it could be an animal, but just a couple of days ago, 2 people were in his campsite stealing his food and walking all around his tent. And so that's what's going through his head. And so Matt's...
Oops. Change. And select IL open.
I see IL open. When he smile. Let me try it again this way. Damn it. Guess I'll try this again. Okay. Now I need to figure out this. I don't remember. Oh. Wait. It's had 1 and 0. Doing that thing for me. It doesn't want to do it. I definitely messing up something. Figure out what I'm messing up.
It's laying there preparing himself to potentially have to slash out if anybody came close to his tent. I mean, he's in the middle of nowhere. If a person is out here, it's not his friend. And so he's laying there, he's kind of shaking, and he's listening really intently, and the footsteps are just getting closer and closer and closer to his tent until they stop right next to his head. They are literally about a foot away from him. And so he can't see anything. He's just listening really intently, and then he starts to hear whispering. But the whispering is not coming from this person right here. The whispering is coming from everywhere in the forest. It's coming from all different directions. And so Matt doesn't know what to think about this. And as he's hearing this whispering, which is getting more and more frantic, whoever is standing right outside of his tent begins circling his tent. So now he hears footsteps just walking in a circle around his tent while frantic whispers are coming in from all directions. And so at this point, Matt is so terrified, he's just frozen. He knows that he's holding that knife, but he won't be able to do anything with it. He's just petrified. And then as soon as this total nightmare had begun, it just stopped. The whispering, silence. The footsteps stopped. And so in a way, it was kind of relieving, but in another way, Matt's laying there thinking, I want to hear the sound of footsteps retreating into the forest, leaving, but I haven't heard that. It went from footsteps all around the tent and whispering everywhere.
Not working for me.
Change and select I. L open. Remember to edit parameter, change the default to 0.8. As you can see now, the two movements are the
Wait. Why is this overthinking it?
To silence, as if whoever is out there is still out there. And they're just standing there waiting for him. And because it's so dark, he can't
He's
even look. He
overthinking it.
can't look outside and see. And so he's left just laying in his tent, wondering if 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 people are just waiting outside of his tent. He's got no idea. And so finally the sun would come up in the morning. And again, Matt has not heard the sound of retreating footsteps. And so maybe they're still just standing outside. But once the sun had totally come up and there was some light outside that he could see through his tent, Matt decided he just had to check. And so he reached over and he quickly unzipped the flap of the tent and he looked outside. He didn't see anyone. He leapt outside with his knife, ready to confront anyone who was out there, but there was no one. And so Matt, he's not thinking, oh, great, they're gone. He's thinking, are they just like a few feet away, hiding behind trees? And so for a few minutes, Matt just began looking all around his campsite, kind of expecting to see, those people in white or other people he doesn't know, but he doesn't see anyone. And then Matt starts thinking to himself, was this just a nightmare? Did that not even happen?
Literally not working
this?
for me.
But when he looked down, he saw clear boot prints all over his campsite, including a nice track all the way around his tent. And so this nightmare really had played out in real life. And so he quickly gets everything back into his pack, he throws it on his shoulder, and he just starts running back towards the trail. And when he got to the trail, he continued running north. And as he's running along and looking over his shoulder the whole time, he's telling himself, I just need to get out of Lassen National Forest. I need to get out of the people in white's turf, get away from this place, and I'll be left alone. And so that motivated him to spend the whole day moving as fast as he possibly could. And by that afternoon, he had finally escaped Lassen National Forest. He was out and he was in one of these smaller towns that kind of butted up alongside this forest. And so that night he camped out right near this town. He wanted to be as close to civilization as possible to ensure his safety. And so as he's laying in his tent that night, he began thinking about what had happened over the past couple of days. At this point, he was nearly certain that the people in white that he had seen on that boulder, they had to be behind these nighttime encounters. They just had to be. And so he's thinking to himself, okay, well, the first encounter I had with them, when they stole his food, yeah, that's creepy, but it makes sense. They followed him, they went to his campsite, they stole his food. Okay, fine. That makes sense to him. But the second encounter, the one that had happened the night before, that didn't make any sense. Assuming it was, again, the people in white responsible, that meant they had been following Matt the whole time, and he had not seen them somehow, even though over the last couple of days, he had been looking over his shoulder constantly, looking for those people, but he didn't see them, and they still managed to follow him all the way over several days to this other unmarked campsite, hundreds of feet off the main trail. So how did they do that? And then two, once they were at his campsite, and he's laying there listening to them, walking around the campsite, whispering to each other, what were they doing? And then how did the footsteps and whispering just stop immediately, and he didn't even hear the sound of them retreating into the woods? How did they do that? And so Matt would go over this and over this until finally he would fall asleep. And then the next morning when he got up, it was the first thing he was thinking about, the people in white. What were they doing and why and where were they? And so as Matt packed up his campsite that morning, it did cross his mind, that maybe he should just stop the hike right now and call his family, have them come pick him up and get out of here. But this hike, this huge hike he had planned, was really important to him, and he was only about 100 miles away from the finish line, which meant he had already hiked over 1,600 miles, and he just didn't want to quit. He wanted to finish what he started. And so he packed up his stuff, he threw it over his shoulder, and he continued on. And so that day, Matt would leave that little town, and he would make his way up into another very dense forest called the Mount Shasta forest. Mount Shasta was a lot like the Lassen forest.
Let me try that.
Except Mount Shasta has a very disturbing backstory. Specifically, lots and lots of people go missing inside of Mount Shasta, and often they go missing under baffling circumstances. The most frightening of these missing persons reports are when someone comes back, the survivor of the event, and they will say, they saw their hiking companion. They clearly saw them. And then they turned their back on them just for a few moments, few minutes, whatever it was. And when they turned back around, the person they were with was now gone. No trace of them, nothing, they're just gone. And despite a massive search for them, they're never found again. There is a distressing number of missing people in Mount Shasta that sound just like that. It's totally terrifying. So with that in mind, Matt makes his way into the Mount Shasta forest, and even though it totally stressed him out to once again be walking on these dirt pathways where the trees are very tight on either side of you, they're very dense, and as he's walking, he's kind of looking in both directions, expecting to see somebody watching him. Despite feeling that way, Matt just continued to stay focused and kept telling himself to just continue on, because you're so close to the end. And so the first 3 days that he was in the Mount Shasta forest, Matt would just keep his head down and very stoically every day, he would just hike as far as he possibly could. In the evening, he would set up his campsite either right off the trail or maybe a little ways off the trail in a clearing. And he didn't have any run-ins with the people in white or anybody else for that matter. He was totally left alone. But on his 4th day in the Mount Shasta forest, all that would change. On that 4th day, Matt found himself not inside one of those very dense forested areas, but rather in this very open trail that was up on the side of this mountain. And because this trail was fairly high up in elevation, the tree coverage was fairly sparse, and so there was great visibility. He could see miles ahead of him, and when he turned around, he could see miles behind him. And so Matt is just walking along this trail, kind of enjoying the day. It's beautiful outside, and at some point, he turns around and looks behind him. Now, all day he'd been doing that, and he had not seen anyone. But this time, when he turned around, he saw 2 little white dots, miles and miles back, slowly making their way along the trail that he was on. It was the people in white. They were back. At this point, Matt was at least 50 miles or more away from that first place he had walked past the people in white when they were sitting on that boulder, which meant, 1, Matt was right. These people in white really had followed him and almost certainly were responsible for the nighttime visits he was getting.
Oh, the same
and
shit.
2, for reasons unknown, they were still
Oh my god, why is it so
following him.
hard?
Matt suddenly didn't care at all about completing his big hike. He just wanted to get the heck away from those people. And so very quickly he pulled out his map and he looked, and to his horror, he realized he was in one of the most isolated portions of the entire hike. He was at least 25 miles away from the nearest civilization, a little town called Castella, California. And so without a better option, Matt put the map back in his pocket. He took one last look at the people in white who were making steady gains on him, and then Matt just turned away from them and began booking it down the trail. And Matt would run for hours and hours and hours without stopping. Even when he turned around and could no longer see the people in white, he just kept on running. And then when the sun set and he could barely see the trail, he just kept on running. It literally wasn't until it was so dark outside that he actually couldn't see the ground anymore that Matt finally, totally exhausted, came to a stop. And then from there, he turned and left the trail and walked way away from the trail, hundreds of feet deep into the forest to get as far away from these people in white as he possibly could. And so finally, he found this clearing very far away from the trail. He set up his tent right in the middle of it, and then he very diligently laid out his perimeter of sticks around his campsite, making sure there were no gaps. And then he climbed inside of his tent, he zipped it up, and then keeping on all of his stuff in case he needed to make a run for it, he got inside of his sleeping bag, and he just laid there with no expectation that he was going to sleep. He was terrified. As he laid there, he thought to himself, okay, I have now run at least several miles ahead of them. I know that was them. I know I got some distance on them. There's no way they saw where I turned off the trail and where I've set up this campsite, so they can't possibly find me. And so Matt would lay in the tent for several hours just waiting to fall asleep. And then finally he would start to get tired because at this point it's totally quiet outside. He hasn't heard anything. And so he begins to doze off to sleep. And as he's getting more and more tired, he hears the sound of someone stepping on his perimeter of sticks. And as soon as he hears that stick break, he hears the all too familiar whispering pick up all around the forest. And then something new happens. Before Matt can even do anything, his tent lights up like a Christmas tree.
Yeah, it's just not working for me. Holy shit.
His tent. Someone has
I got to go, but I'll try to catch you later. Okay, you take care.
Hundreds of feet off the
I'm being trolled here anyways.
They've found him, and they're shining a light on him. And then the light clicks off, and it's silent. And at this point, Matt's fight or flight instinct kicks in and he rips off his sleeping bag. He jumps outside and begins screaming nonsense and flailing around with a knife, trying to intimidate these people to get away from him. And then after he stops for a second, he hears a stick crunch right behind him. And he whips his head around to look at who is standing right behind him. And as he's turning out of his peripheral vision, he sees a dark figure running towards him. He doesn't think twice, he just turns and begins running.
Detached. When I open and close this one, now all we have
I'm
to
gonna
do is
rewatch
just to
this
copy paste
10 more
our eye
times.
to the other side. So how can we do that? Open every deforming, Control B, don't click like this. Move it. Let's click
You
on
cook
the
for them,
eye
right?
reflection
Yup.
and highlight because
Yes,
as you can see
sir.
now they're flipped. I want this. I need to move. So we need to create new parameters that are empty so that we can take the movements of this eye and detach it from the right eye and put it inside of our left parameters. So we already have IL open and IL smile, so we need to replicate parameter, edit parameter, rename it L, move it on the top, do the same for
Maybe it's because I deleted that one. Me. See if this would work. Okay, so
for this one, and do the same for all of them.
yes, sir. Let her cook. Anyway, what do you like to cook? I cook whatever he feels like that day.
Smile, so we need to replicate parameter, edit parameter, rename it L, move it on the top, do the same for this one, and do the same for select everything from it, left click on this one, right click on this one, change, and select IL open. Remember,
Okay, let's try this. 0, 0.2, 1, 1.2. Yeah. Doesn't wanna do it. There we go. Does it work now? See. Does it work now? Hold on. Change the parameters. 0, 0.2, 1, 1.2. It doesn't work. The best chef in 1 meter radius. I probably because of Zen's opinion. Okay. I'm being trolled here. I doesn't want to do that thing. It's trolling me. This doesn't want to work. Fuck it, I'll just have it linked for now until I figure it out. I am getting too frustrated with this shit.
Away from the campsite. Now remember, it's pitch black in the forest. There's trees everywhere. And so Matt's smashing into trees, branches are hitting him, he's falling to the ground, but he is on a pure adrenaline high, and he is just sprinting as fast as he possibly can away from this person who is likely still chasing him. And after 5 minutes of running, he stumbles and falls forward and kind of lands at the base of this fallen
It would just
tree.
end up
The tree had
resulting in me
landed in
smashing
such a way that it was
the
kind of
PC.
propped on a rock. So there was a
like
small
child.
gap underneath the tree. And so Matt, thinking quickly, kind of slid himself underneath this log and positioned himself so he was looking back in the direction he was running from. And as he laid there, he saw in the distance this light bobbing around. These people are looking for him. They're searching the forest for him. And so he watched in horror, tucked underneath this
okay,
log,
Wolf.
as whoever had the light and whoever
Okay.
else was with them, they moved closer and closer and closer, but they did not find him tucked underneath the log. They just walked right on past him. And so Matt would remain underneath this log all night until finally the sun came up. And at that point, even though it was fairly obvious that whoever was looking for him, they were now gone, Matt was still terrified. And so he stayed under the log for several hours until it was about early afternoon. And then he finally pulled himself out from under the log and he looked around. He couldn't see anyone. And then instead of going back to his campsite and getting his gear, he just totally abandoned it. He was worried that these people in white or whoever it was, that they were still going to be there. And so he just turned and continued running away from his campsite back out to the trail. And once he got the trail, he continued running on the trail all the way to Costella, California. And when he got there, he hitchhiked his way to the town of Mount Shasta. And there he would speak to police as well as the Forestry Service about what he had experienced. And so they would take
I'm
all of his
rebooting my
information
brain.
down,
My
and they would
brain
put
is
him up in a
my
motel
brain
for
is
the night.
cooked.
And then the next day, Matt would get in touch with his family and they would drive from Oregon to Mount Shasta. They would pick him up and they would take him back home. Months later, Matt would contact the Mount Shasta police and the Forest Service and would just
I'm like
follow
so
up and say,
annoyed.
hey, have you learned anything else about these people in white? Have you caught them? Has anybody else come forward? And the police would say, you know, they did have a number of people coming
Why
forward
does it
saying
do
that things had
that?
been stolen from their campsites. These are people that were in Mount Shasta, in Lassen Forest, and the surrounding forests. But Matt was the only
I
one
just
who
don't
had reported
understand.
being terrorized by this mysterious couple in white. And so to this day, Matt has no idea who those two people were,
And it's
what they wanted
bothering
with
me.
him, beyond obviously the food they
Braining,
took. I mean, they
braining.
continued to
Yeah,
stalk
I'm
him for
about to
nearly
have a
100
meltdown.
miles. And he has no idea how they were able to keep finding his campsites that were hundreds of feet off the main trail in unmarked areas that they would somehow navigate to in total darkness without alerting Matt. It's
She's
all
not
a
saying
big
some
mystery.
of her secrets. How she did it.
So that's going to do it. If you got something out of
Some of
today's
her
episode
secrets she's
and you
not
haven't done this
revealing.
already, please hide a Bluetooth speaker in the like button's bedroom and then proceed to play Siberian Husky
And I'll
screaming
figure out
audio
what
all
those
night
secrets are sooner or later. I'll figure it out. Even if it kills me.
The World Health Organization declared that the COVID-19 outbreak was so bad that it had become
doesn't
a
work.
global
I give up.
pandemic, which meant this new highly infectious disease had spread virtually everywhere on the planet. And so around the time this global pandemic announcement was made, governments around the world began instructing their citizens
Trust me, I have
to
a
stay
PhD in
home and
bullshitting.
avoid all
That's
physical
me through my
contact
entire
with
life.
other people outside of the people that you lived with. The idea being these quarantine
That's
measures
sad.
would help stop the spread of the virus. Initially, world leaders and citizens believed these quarantine measures would have a
Like,
dramatic
I am
impact,
trying
and it
every
would
single
stop
way
the
I can
spread,
figure it
and
out.
before long, COVID would be
Like,
under
every
control,
single way I
and
can
life
figure
would
it
just
out,
kind
I'm
of
trying
magically
it.
go back to normal. But unfortunately, that is not what happened. By June, so 3 months into the global pandemic, positive COVID cases were only going up, not down. And so it was around that point in June that people all over the world were starting to come to terms with the reality that COVID was not this simple problem with a simple solution. It was a complex health issue that likely was going to be around for a long time, which also meant these strict quarantine measures also would likely be around for some time. Now, the efficacy of these quarantine measures were quickly called into question, and it was all over the news, and politicians, all they wanted to talk about was, do these measures work? Is it having an effect on the spread of the virus? But for everyday people, the real concern was not politics, it was practicality. How do you live a full and happy life in quarantine? In June of that year, 54-year-old Sandra Hughes was pondering that question. To that point, her life had really
I'm
not
stubborn.
gone the way she had planned it. She had been married twice actually, but both relationships had ended in divorce, and she had never had children. She lived in
You will
beautiful
succumb to
Maui,
my will.
Hawaii, but she hadn't really lived there
You
long
have no
enough to
choice.
consider it her home, and prior
Press change. Change that to brow RY. And same thing for form. I'm going to change it to brow R form. Change that to change word you want it to reflect onto your model. So I'm going to select the brow layer art where we just rigged everything. Right click on the keyframe for brow LY. Press change.
Prior to that, for the bulk of her adult life, she'd kind of lived this nomad lifestyle, bouncing around all over the country, and so really she had never developed
make
a
it work.
home of sorts. She was an accountant by trade,
make it
but in
work.
college she had studied not just accounting, but also wilderness survival, which she happened to be incredible at and was very passionate about. Growing up, she had always been a big outdoor enthusiast, and so she had always thought one day she would become a park ranger, and so that's why she was studying wilderness survival in college. But as these things go, after she graduated college, she did not become a park ranger. She became an accountant, and now, 30 years later, here she was. However, in June of that year, with COVID quarantine restrictions putting her and everyone else's life basically on pause, Sandra suddenly saw an opportunity, and that was to embrace this break from reality and spend this strange time in history back out in nature, getting back in touch with her roots as an outdoor survivalist. And so at the end of that June, Sandra would sell her place in Maui,
it's doing
and she would
something
move
weird.
to Madera County, California, which is located smack dab in the center of California, situated just south of Yosemite National Park and just north of the Sierra National Forest. Then on June 26th, after Sandra had gotten settled in her new place in California, she would contact her family and tell them that she planned on going on this extended solo camping trip in
You know
the
what?
Sierra National Forest, and that she would be in touch
stop
with
for
them in
now.
the coming weeks
I'ma
when she
stop
was back
here.
out. To Sandra, this
Before I
trip
break
was
it.
going to bring her lots of happiness and fulfillment, and it was going to allow her to continue to adhere to quarantine guidelines
lied.
because
I'm
she'd be all
Googling
alone.
this.
Shortly after speaking with her family on the 26th, Sandra loaded up all of her camping equipment into her silver Saab sedan, and then she would drive from her place south and then east a little over an hour until she was deep inside of the Sierra National Forest. At some
Time for
point, she
Reddit.
would leave the main road and she would hop onto a bumpy dirt road that kind of wound through the forest, and that road would bring her out to an area called the Johnson Meadows. The Johnson Meadows are absolutely gorgeous. It looks straight out of a postcard. It's basically a stretch of beautiful green meadows, and then around the perimeter of those meadows are the thick trees of the Sierra National Forest, and then beyond those trees are the snow-capped Sierra Mountains. But despite its beauty, the Johnson Meadows are actually fairly dangerous. It's a very isolated part of the Sierra National Forest, and there are lots of cougars and bears and other natural hazards in the area, so it's not really a place you go unless you're prepared to be there. And Sandra was certainly that, both in terms of her survival experience and the gear she brought with her. So when Sandra drove her car right up to the edge of the Johnson Meadows, she parked her car off to the side of the road so as not to block the road, and then she got out, she collected her things from
Wait,
the trunk,
I found
and then
another
she threw it over
video.
her shoulder and began hiking into the middle
We
of...
will all watch it together.
Hello. Welcome to my video. I need a better introduction, but if I pick parameters, you might are I. Well, okay, we're back to this.
Did this
now
part.
you can see that the major, and that's fine because we can fix this. But that is something that you'll notice. But if you've done the angle X and Y, the problem is if you then let me just rename this quickly. If you then go to LI and then you try and adjust it to be in the right place, if you've done something like angle Y, it's going to, it's a little bit subtle, but it's going to move back into the position it originally was when it reflected, which is what we don't want. And we can move it into place. You can align it with the original image.
I never had
Angle
that
Y,
issue.
it won't move like it was doing before. Just a sec. Because I did this a little bit differently. In the let's do select all of this, except I don't want this side. Let's go check the RI. Here. I don't want this. I don't want this. All of this stuff over on this side, right? Oh, that one, yes. I want all of these selected on the left-hand side. So they are all currently on the IL open. We want to change it onto IR open to give yourself the ability to wink and stuff like that. So to do that, you need to go here on the IL open. Make sure you have only these ones selected. You can select all of the stuff that's on this parameter by right-clicking and do select like I did, and then you unselect by going through here and holding Control. And once you have the parts that you want to change the parameter of selected, you right-click, you hover over, and you go change.
Wait, was the problem that I didn't click select? Oh, the phone. Oh, the phone. I will cry if that was the only issue. I will actually cry. Select. Wait. The fuck did it just select? Not what I wanted selected. Why is it gaslighting me? It's gaslighting me.
Change the did and stuff like that. So to do that, you need to go here on IL open, make sure you have only these ones selected. You can select all of the stuff that's on this parameter by right clicking and do select like I did, and then you unselect by going through here and holding control. And once you have the parts that you want to change the parameter of selected, you right click, you hover over, and you go change. And a little something is gonna appear. Give me a second and I will show you. All of the... because we want them to blink independently of one another. So click I, and then we can see if we do IL open, doom, 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 doom. You don't need to do it for ice melt because that'll be fine in tandem. I mean, you can if you want.
I'm doing it again. Okay. Parameters. Select. Change. Open. Didn't do shit again. It didn't do shit. Gaslit. Why is it not working? I'm about to have a mental breakdown.
You can do the same thing for IL smile. On IL open, make sure you have select all of this, except I don't want this side. Let's go check the RI. Here. I don't want this. I don't want this. All of this stuff over on this side, right? Oh, that one, yes. I want all of these selected on the left-hand side. So they are all currently on the IL open. We want to change it onto IR open to give yourself the ability to wink and stuff like that. So to do that, you need to go here on IL open, make sure you have only these ones selected. You can select all of the stuff that's on this parameter by right clicking and do select like I did, and then you unselect by going through here and hold like that. So to do that, you need to go here on IL open, make sure you have only these ones selected. You can select all of the stuff that's on this parameter by right clicking and do select like I did, and then you unselect by going through here and holding control. And once you have the parts that you want to change the parameter of selected, you right click, you hover over, and you go change. And a little something is gonna appear. Give me a second and I will show you. Dun dun, here, right? So we're changing all of the stuff that we have just done, and we want to put it on IR open.
Wait.
Because we want them to blink independently of one another. So click IR open, IL open, just depending on which one you originally did. Press OK. and then we can see if we do IL open. Doom, 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 doom.
I think I am stupid. I did something else. Okay. Select. Now. Select these. Now I'm gonna go to. This better work. Change. Okay. I guess I need to add. I really hope it's gonna. Nope, it does not work. I'm out of ideas.
To give yourself the ability to wink and stuff like that. So to do that, you need to go here on IL open. Make sure you have only these ones selected. You can select all of the stuff that's on this parameter by right clicking and do select like I did, and then you unselect by going through here and holding control. And once you have the parts that you want to change the parameter of selected, you right click, you hover over, and you go change. And a little something is gonna appear. Give me that one, yes.
Wait, which I didn't even copy.
And why? The reason
I'm gonna give it another shot.
I prefer that I did. So they are all currently on the IL open. We want to change it onto IR open to give yourself the ability to wink and stuff like that. So to do that, you need to go here on IL open. Make sure you have only these ones selected. You can select all of the stuff that's on this parameter by right clicking and do select like I did, and then you unselect by going through here and holding control. And once you have the parts that you want to change the parameter of selected, you right click, you hover over, and you go.
Gotta work now. Throwing a fit. Let me show the option. Oh, wait. I did it! I can blink now! Yes! We did it.
The Johnson Meadows to look for a place to set up her campsite.
Yay!
6 days later, on July 2nd, some hikers came out of the tree line into Johnson Meadows and began walking across the center of it. And as they're walking along, they notice up ahead what looks like a tent and a campsite. They don't see anybody near it, but they clearly see someone is camping in the middle of Johnson Meadows. And so this is totally not unusual. Lots of people go hiking and camping in this area. And so these hikers just began kind of creating a wide berth around this person's campsite because they didn't want to cut right through the middle of it as they went across the meadow. But as they're making this kind of wide berth around this campsite, they looked over at it, and as they passed by it, they noticed that the
just to make
campsite
sure
was
I know
definitely
how to do it.
and it looked totally destroyed, like a tornado had crossed right across it. And so when they were parallel with this campsite, the hikers decided to actually go over and look at it and see what was going on. And so they walked over to this campsite and they're looking around and they see there's
Oh,
a
I added
backpack
it
that's
into
clearly
my
been
life.
dumped out and all of its contents are strewn around all over the ground. There's unopened cans of food, there's papers and documents, the tent is in ruins. I mean, the place is just a total mess. And so the hikers didn't really know what to make of this. They couldn't tell if a person had kind of intentionally ransacked the site or if maybe an animal had come through. But as a precaution, they marked down on their map where this destroyed campsite was, and then they hiked out of the forest. And when they were back in cell phone range, they called the Madera County Sheriff's Office and they reported the site. And so later that day, some Madera County sheriffs made their way out to Johnson
this is so
Meadows,
much better.
and sure enough, the campsite is still there, it's still in ruins, and it's still abandoned.
Those
So
are
they
some
would
drunk
search the
faces though
campsite,
right
and
now.
they would find some ID cards, and the name on those ID cards was Sandra Hughes. The sheriffs would leave the forest and get in touch with Sandra's family to find out if they knew why Sandra had left her campsite the way she had. But when Sandra's family heard about the state of Sandra's campsite, they had an immediate and definitive reaction to it. They told the sheriffs that Sandra was incredibly environmentally conscious and was very cleanly, and so she would never, ever leave her campsite looking that way on purpose. Something else had to have happened. The family would also tell the sheriffs that they had not spoken with Sandra since the 26th when she started her trip, and so they had no idea where she could be now. And so naturally, the family was concerned, the sheriffs were concerned, and so that day they filed an official missing person report. Over the next 2 days, a massive search was launched in Johnson Meadows and the surrounding area to look for Sandra. And so hundreds of people were out on foot, they had sniffer dogs out, there were helicopters in the air, and during the search, the Madera County Sheriff's Office was interviewing anybody who was out there, hikers, campers, and asking them if they had had any contact with Sandra, because Sandra was actually quite distinctive looking. Before she left for this trip, she had dyed her hair blue. But unfortunately, no one had seen Sandra, and despite this massive search effort over these first 2 days, nothing new was discovered that could lead authorities to where she had gone. But then on July 4th, so 2 days into her disappearance, Sandra Hughes was spotted. Some hikers were cutting through the Johnson Meadows area, and they saw this woman who was just standing off to the side of the meadow. She was by herself. She had no gear with her. She was barefoot. She had a black shirt on. She had blue jeans on. She had a bruise on her face, and she was just kind of standing there as if she was waiting for something. And as these hikers walked past her, they definitely noticed her, but she didn't wave them down. She didn't act distressed. She didn't look like she needed any help. They just kind of saw this person minding their own business, and they walked right on past her. It wasn't until those hikers got to the parking lot that they saw all these missing person flyers out for Sandra Hughes, and they would see the picture of Sandra, and they would see her distinctive blue hair, that they would say, oh my goodness, the barefoot woman we just saw standing in the forest is Sandra Hughes. And so the hikers called the sheriff's office. The sheriff's office got really jazzed up. They headed out to where they had claimed to have seen her, but there was no sign of her, and there was nothing left behind that would indicate where she might have gone. The following day, on July 5th, Sandra's vehicle was located, but Sandra was not with it. It was found 5 miles north of where her destroyed campsite was in Johnson Meadows, and the vehicle was actually at the bottom of a ravine, and this ravine was right next to a winding forest road. And so after looking at the damage on the front of the car, authorities believed Sandra was driving the car on that road and then hit a tree, and then she rolled off the embankment down to the bottom of the ravine. There was no blood inside the vehicle, so it wasn't immediately clear if this accident had actually done any physical harm to Sandra. But the most significant thing about the discovery of this vehicle was the state of Sandra's personal effects that had been in the vehicle. Clearly, after the vehicle had come to a stop at the bottom of the ravine, someone had pulled out all of the things inside of the car, all of Sandra's personal things, and kind of thrown them carelessly all over the forest floor, as if they were kind of rummaging through her car, looking for something, throwing things as they went. And the Madera County sheriffs couldn't help but think that this was eerily similar to how her campsite looked in Johnson Meadows, where all of her personal effects had just kind of been chucked all over the place. At this point, authorities did not believe Sandra was actively trying to evade them. Instead, they thought, maybe Sandra got hurt, maybe back at the campsite or even during this car accident, and the injury has impaired her cognitive abilities, and so now, maybe she's lost in the woods and doesn't know what's going on. There was some discussion about foul play maybe being involved, but that was largely discounted. And so a decision was made to just leave her vehicle where it was at the bottom of the ravine,
We just need to
thinking,
do this.
maybe Sandra is going to come back to this vehicle, and maybe that's why all these things have been strewn around, because she's coming back and looking for something. And so authorities left a note in the window of her vehicle that said, hey, Sandra, we're looking for you. Please call this number if you see this. And
I'll
then at the
figure it
bottom
out.
of this note, it said, your family
So what the
really
fuck is
misses you.
this?
The search for Sandra would continue over the next several
Why do
days
I have
with a
that?
new focus around the area where the car had been found, but nothing new was discovered. Then, on the evening of July 12th, so 1 week after the vehicle was discovered, a team of searchers had made their way 2.5 miles north of the vehicle, and they were actually inside of Yosemite National Park. They were barely inside, and they were right up along this lake called the Spotted Lake. Now, this is an area that's very difficult to get to. There are no main roads that get there. There are no main trails that get there. And so the searchers, they're up in this very rugged part of Yosemite, and as they're walking along with their flashlights out, they see a sleeping bag, and it's laying out right in the middle of the ground, in the middle of nowhere, and it looks like it's been used recently, and it would turn out that sleeping bag was Sandra's. But again, when they brought all the searchers out to that area and they searched all around the Spotted Lake and all over this area, there was no sign of Sandra. At this point, authorities were totally baffled. On a map, Johnson Meadows, where her first campsite was, then her vehicle, and then this sleeping bag were all more or less in a straight line going south to north. It was almost like Sandra, from the day she went missing, had just begun slowly working her way to the north, but she was doing it without any equipment and most likely barefoot in an area that was steep and rugged and dangerous and full of cougars and bears. And so authorities knew if they didn't find her soon, even if she was doing this on purpose, she was likely going to succumb to the elements. The search for Sandra would continue for another week after the discovery of her sleeping bag. But by that time, by July 20th, there hadn't been any new developments. No one had seen Sandra. There were no new leads. And so unfortunately, the authorities had to scale back their search. About 3 weeks later, on August 9th, 2 hunters were driving down this very desolate forest road, located several miles to the east of where Sandra's car had been found. And as they're driving along, they turn this corner, and as soon as they do, they look up ahead, and they see there's this woman.
I thought I had
now,
any
she's not
parent
standing
deformers.
on the road or even right next to the road. She's kind of tucked up a ways on this hillside in the trees, and she's leaning up against a tree. And so the hunters are looking at her, and they're seeing that she's got no equipment with her. There's no backpack, there's nothing, no tent, and there's no other people anywhere. I mean, they're in a very isolated part of this forest, and it's odd to see people here to begin with, let alone this woman who's just kind of casually standing up against a tree. And so the hunters, they're like, okay, let's drive up and see if she needs something. And so they pull up right up alongside her. She's still, 10, 15 feet away from them, tucked up in the trees. And so they roll their windows down, and they're looking up at her, trying to kind of flag her and get her attention. But the woman is not paying attention to them at all. She just continues to prop herself up against this tree and just kind of stares off into the distance. And so the hunters, they're looking up at her thinking, what's going on with this woman? And they kind of called out to her. They tried to wave her down, but there was nothing. There was no interactions with them. And so ultimately the hunters thought, okay, well, we don't know what this woman's doing, but it seems like she's here on purpose, and she doesn't seem like she's in distress. She doesn't look hurt. And so they just decided to carry on. And so they drove off, and then later that day, they would see one of the missing person flyers for Sandra Hughes, and they saw the blue hair in the picture, and they were like, oh my goodness, the woman we saw standing up against the tree in the middle of the forest was that woman, Sandra Hughes. The hunters would contact the Madera County Sheriff's Office and report the sighting, and they would describe Sandra as looking slightly thinner than the picture of her on her missing person flyer, and they would also say she was wearing overalls and a floral t-shirt, which was interesting to sheriffs because the last time Sandra was sighted, which was on July 4th, when those hikers had seen her barefoot with a bruise on her face near Johnson Meadows, she had been wearing a black shirt and blue jeans. And so clearly she had changed her outfit, But that didn't really make any sense because she had left all of her things at the campsite and her car, and so the whole situation was just totally weird to the sheriffs. But regardless, they headed out to that road where the hunters had seen Sandra, but like always, Sandra was not there, and there was no sign she had ever been there. After this, Sandra's case went cold, and so authorities and her family began to brace for the reality that they likely would never see her again. But there was one more terrifying twist coming. A year later, on Wednesday, July 21st, 2021, Jake Gorba, his wife Victoria, and their 3 young children were driving in Jake's off-roading vehicle up the steep forest road in the middle of Sierra National Forest on their way to the top of Shut-Eye Peak. Shut-Eye Peak is a mountain in the Sierra National Forest with stunning panoramic views from the top, and it's located about 5 miles to the south of Johnson Meadows, where Sandra's first campsite was discovered. So Jake and his family, they're driving their way up this long, bumpy, winding forest road, making their way towards the top of Shut-Eye Peak.
Yay,
and when they
we
get
did
about
it.
halfway, the kids in the back start complaining that they're hungry. And so Jake and Victoria, they decide, you know what, let's just pull over at the next natural stopping point and we'll have a quick lunch and then we'll continue on the rest of the way. And as luck would have it, the road they were on would actually level off and lead them to this kind of short, flat section of the mountain. And in this flat section was this beautiful little meadow that butted up against some trees. And so Jake and his wife thought this is a great place to stop and have a little picnic. And so he pulled his truck over on the side of the road, he parked it, he turned the engine off, and then as Jake and his wife are kind of gathering up their things before they get out of the vehicle to go prepare this picnic lunch, they hear their 3-year-old son, named Caden, who's in the back seat right near a window, start talking. And so Jake and Victoria instinctively turned around to see who Caden was talking to, and they saw Caden was not talking to himself, he was not talking to his siblings, he was turned and looking out his open window, looking across the small meadow into the forest, engaged in some sort of intense conversation with somebody outside. And so Jake and Victoria, they see their son and they look out the window in the direction he's looking and talking, and they don't see anyone. And so Victoria, she looks at her son and goes, "Caden, who are you talking to?" And what he would say to her would send goosebumps all over her body. And in fact, what would happen over the next several minutes from that point onward was so unsettling that Jake and Victoria decided, you know what, we're not going to the top of Shut-Eye Peak. We're turning around and we're leaving. And so they would speed out of the forest and they would get back home. And that night, Victoria would make a Facebook post about what her son said and this terrifying ordeal they experienced on Shut-Eye Peak, and she would post it. And that night, the Madera County Sheriff's Office would reach out to Victoria via a Facebook message, and they would tell her, "Hey, we saw your post. Can we please speak to you and your son?" And so the next day, the sheriffs met up with the Gorba family, and after speaking with Caden and hearing what he had to say, they would leave that exchange just as unsettled as Caden's parents. The day before, when Victoria turned around and looked at Caden and said, "Who are you talking to?" Caden would turn away from the window and look at his mom, and he would say, "There's a woman out there and she needs our help." And he starts pointing out the window. And so again, Jake and Victoria, they look from their son back out the window into the tree line, which is where Caden is pointing, and they don't see anyone. And so they turn back to Caden and they say, "Honey, we don't see anyone out there." And Caden, at this point, he becomes emphatic and he says, "Mom, you gotta trust me. She's right there. She needs our help. She's lying face down, her legs are straight up, and she's dead." And so at this point, Victoria and Jake are looking at their son thinking, what's going on here? Jake promptly hops out of the car and just starts running into the woods to see what's going on. Is there a person out here? But he's out there looking around and there's no one. And while he's out there, his son is pointing in the direction of where he is, claiming there's this woman right near him. And so Jake's looking around thinking, there's no one out here. I have no idea what my son's on about. And so he's spooked. He runs back to the car. And when he gets inside, Caden is still looking out the window. He's pointing and he's talking to this dead woman that needs their help. And so Jake and Victoria, they were horrified. They turned around, they left. And then that night, when Victoria made that Facebook post, she included in the post what this woman apparently looked like based on what Caden said. And what Caden said was she had a black t-shirt on, blue jeans on, and blue hair.
Sorry,
And
I
so
don't
when the Madera
understand
County
what you're
Sheriff's
saying.
Office saw this post that described seeing a person in a black shirt, blue jeans, and blue hair, they knew that description matched Sandra Hughes. And so when the sheriffs met up with the Gorba family, they brought with them a lineup of several women. And they went right up to Caden, and without giving him any extra information, they just showed him all these pictures of all these women. And they said, Caden, can you identify in any of these pictures
the
woman
person
you
who
saw
speaks
in the woods?
Vietnamese is at
And
work
Caden
right
looks at these
now.
pictures, and he picks out 3
I'm the
pictures. All
non-Vietnamese
3
speaking
are
one,
Sandra Hughes.
but we
The
do
sheriffs, along with Caden
ask
and his
people
father,
to keep
they
it
would
English in
return
the
to that
chat.
section of Shut Eye Peak to search the tree line near the meadow to see if
But
there was any
as for
sign of
if you
Sandra.
can't figure out this program yourself, yes, you can. And that's exactly what I'm showing on my streams, that you don't need to spend thousands of dollars on a model. You can just do it yourself, from drawing it to rigging it. And that's exactly what I'm streaming. How to do it yourself. I'm gonna try this again. Because I don't like it getting so deformed. Maybe it'll work. No, it looks bad. I think it's because of how I drew my hair.
Or any indication that she had been there, but like always, there was nothing. As of today, we
Figure
still
out how
have
to
no
do
idea where
this.
Sandra is or what happened to her, and nobody has any idea what to make of the very strange sightings of her that
Try this
occurred
again.
after she went missing. It's all just one big mystery. If anyone has any information about Sandra Hughes, you are encouraged to contact the Madera County Sheriff's Office. The number is right here and also in the description.
No, not bulk reflect.
So that's going to do it. If you
God
got
damn it,
something
I
out
keep
of
on
this
clicking the
episode
same
and you haven't
thing.
done this already,
Just reflect
please sign
motion.
the like button up for your very friendly, casual, slow machine pitch baseball league. But when they're up at bat, switch out the machine for a grenade launcher. Campbell jetted off to the very famous Little Vegas Chapel, which is located just off the Las Vegas, Nevada Strip, and they got married by a man dressed up as Elvis Presley while the couple stood in front of a pink Cadillac. While their wedding was certainly not traditional by Western standards, it somehow seemed fitting for the newlyweds. After all, they were not a traditional couple. Brittany, who was 36 years old, was extremely energetic and outgoing and bubbly, and she even referred to herself as being a little crazy. As for James, who was 35 years old, he was reserved and quiet and kind of analytical and would rarely act on impulse. And on top of these two just being complete and total polar opposites, they had actually dated previously back in high school, and it had not worked out. They had broken up and gone their separate ways, not expecting to see each other again. But nearly 2 decades later, they randomly reconnected, and this time they had something major in common. James was a single father of 2 young boys, and he was desperately looking for a partner to not only share his life with, but someone who would come in and help him raise his kids. As for Brittany, she too was single, and she really wanted to be a mother. And so the timing of their reunion was perfect. A year after the wedding, James, who was serving in the US Navy, was given orders to spend a couple of years working out of a naval base in Hawaii. So the family of 4, along with their little cat named Mr. Franklin, packed up all of their things and left the mainland of the United States, and they landed in Honolulu, which is the capital of Hawaii. The family would move into a modest 2-story home located just a couple of minutes drive away from the airport. The house was located at the end of a cul-de-sac in this very quiet and safe neighborhood that really didn't look like the type of neighborhood you would expect to see on a beautiful Hawaiian island. It really just kind of looked like typical American suburbs with all these cookie-cutter 2-story houses right up next to each other on either sides of the road, and out front everyone's got a white picket fence. But for the Campbells, who had never lived in Hawaii before and were used to living on mainland America, it was actually kind of nice to move into this neighborhood and have it look kind of familiar. And so before long, the Campbell family loved their new Hawaii house. That is, until they learned their house had a dark secret. It all started in June of 2019, so not long after the Campbells had moved to Hawaii. Brittany, she had to go into the garage to get something. Now, their garage was attached on the left side of their house if you were looking at their house from the street, and there was a door on the first floor of the house that led into the garage. And so Brittany, she walked across the first floor, she opened that door in the house, she went into the garage, she flipped on the light switch, and what she saw all over the garage made no sense to her. They still had a bunch of moving boxes that they had not unpacked since they'd only been in Hawaii for a matter of weeks. And so all these unopened boxes, they had just kind of stacked up inside of the garage. But when Brittany had turned the lights on and looked into the garage, she saw nearly all of those boxes had been toppled over, and lots of the contents inside of these boxes had spilled out onto the ground. But even more bizarrely, it looked like it wasn't totally haphazard. It looked like someone had intentionally kind of sifted through the boxes and taken out random objects and put them into strange piles that didn't make any sense. The objects were not alike, or they had taken the objects and kind of stood them up in these strange arrangements, almost like they were being laid out for a garage sale. And so Brittany immediately just turns around and she leaves the garage, she goes to the other side of the house and she gets her husband, she brings James back and he looks inside, he's just as shocked as she is, and the two of them immediately just go into the garage and begin looking through all of the stuff to see if anything is missing. Now, it was pretty difficult to tell if something had been stolen, but they did have some valuable stuff that was in those boxes that had been pulled out and was lying on the ground, and that wasn't missing. And so that was a pretty good indication to James and Brittany that this wasn't a robbery. And so the only other thing they could think of would be that their 2 young sons must have come in here and been goofing around and pulled the boxes over, and so this is their doing. But when the parents confronted the 2 young sons, they said they didn't do it. Brittany believed them, but James didn't necessarily. He thought they could be lying about it, and if they were telling the truth, then, maybe one of their pets had gotten into the garage and caused all this chaos. They had purchased a dog when they got to Hawaii, so they had a cat and a dog. And so James was just being very dismissive of this whole garage incident and not taking seriously the fact that Brittany was really spooked by this. But regardless of how the family members felt about the garage incident, they all just kind of moved on because there really wasn't anything to do except pick the garage up and continue on. About a week after the garage incident, Brittany was home alone one morning getting ready. She was sitting in the master bedroom in front of her mirror, and she was applying eyeliner, and she had a YouTube video playing some makeup tutorials. And as she's applying the makeup, she suddenly hears the front door
it
downstairs
still won't work this way.
slam shut. She almost pokes her eye out with her eyeliner. She's so startled by the sound of it, and she immediately pauses her YouTube video and she calls out for James and her sons, believing they must be home and somebody slammed the door. But when she calls out, she gets no response. Now immediately Brittany is going through all of these different rationalizations, like, okay, maybe James and the boys opened the door, they got something or put something in the house, they slammed it and they left, and so that's why they didn't hear me call their name. But she couldn't help but feel like something was wrong. She's also thinking about the garage incident, which really never left her. She pretended like she had moved on, but really she hadn't. And so she stands up and she begins walking towards the open door that led out into the hallway. And then from the master bedroom, if you were looking out into the second floor hallway, it basically went straight across to another door. That was her son's bedroom. And in between these two doors, basically halfway down the second floor hallway, to the left was a flight of stairs that went straight down to the first floor. And when you reached the bottom of those steps, right in front of you would be the front door, the door that had slammed. And so Brittany reaches the threshold of the master bedroom. She's looking out into the second floor hallway. She doesn't see anyone. And so she yells out again for James and for her sons, but again, there's silence. So she takes a deep breath and she begins walking down the second floor hallway, and she makes it halfway. She turns left and she gets onto the stairs. And as she's walking down these steps, the house is eerily quiet, and she's got this growing sense of dread inside of her, and she's kind of quietly calling out for James and her sons, but it's totally quiet. And she gets to the foot of the stairs. She kind of scans around her. She doesn't see anyone. And then she walks to the front door. She flings it open, expecting, hoping to see James's car in the driveway, or just see some indication that her husband or her sons had been there or were there. But when she opened that door, James's car was not there. There was no sign of anybody in the area. It was just her. And so with her heart racing, she shut the door, she locked it, and then she walked all around the first floor, checking every window, checking every door, making sure everything was locked. She went upstairs, she did the same thing, checking every room, every closet. There was no one in the house with her. She was sure of it. And so she went back to her room, thinking to herself, what do I make of that? How do I reconcile the fact that I clearly heard the front door slam, but no one's here? And so Brittany would eventually leave the house and go about her day. And then that evening, she would come back home, and her husband and her sons would be there. And at some point, she would bring up the slamming door to her husband to get a sense of, could that have been him? And he would tell her that no, he had not come by the house that day, so that could not have been him. But he assured his wife, don't worry, you probably just unlocked the door and a draft came through and slammed the door. You got nothing to worry about.
I'm good, just
But
a little
Brittany would tell her
frustrated
husband
with this.
that
Oh my
that was just
god,
not
I messed up
possible,
the
that
nose
she
completely
always
now.
Shut the door. She always shut and
Ugh.
locked the door. So the idea that she had forgotten to lock it and had left it
fix
partially
this.
ajar enough to the point that a draft could slam it the way it did, it just didn't make any sense. But just like the garage incident, James was very dismissive and just told his wife, you're being super paranoid. You have nothing to worry about. It's just a door. Don't worry about it. But this really upset Brittany, and she got mad at James, and before long, the two were just totally fighting about it. And by the time they actually laid their heads down on their pillows that night, they weren't even speaking. And so the couple that night, they fall asleep angrily. And then in the middle of the night, Brittany wakes up suddenly. She doesn't know why she's woken up, but she's kind of looking around the room. It's totally silent, and she's trying to get her bearings. And as she's sitting there, she hears downstairs, not a slamming door, but the sound of a door opening and then shutting. Immediately, she is on heightened alert. And instead of doing anything, she just kind of leans forward and listens really intently to make sure
I need
she
to make
really
this
heard
smaller.
what she thought she just heard. And as she's sitting there listening, she can hear again another door downstairs, a different door opening and then shutting. And at this
First, I'm
point,
gonna
she begins to panic.
pull it.
She reaches over, she shakes James awake, and she tells him, I can hear someone opening and shutting doors downstairs. Now, James was not remotely thrilled to be having this conversation. He was still mad at his wife for being so paranoid about the door earlier, and so to be woken up in the middle of the night to his wife freaking out about more doors being open and shut, he was just really upset. And so he sits up, he's totally annoyed, and he's not ready to really take seriously anything Brittany is saying, and Brittany's picking up on this. And so finally, she just says, James, did you lock the front door before you went to
Flip
bed?
it.
And so James is like, yes, I locked the front door. I'm telling you, you're hearing things. There's nothing going on in this house. But Brittany was not convinced, and she says, you know what? You can think nothing's going on, but I'm going downstairs to make sure no one is in this house. And so Brittany would get out of her bed. She'd walk over to the open door that led into the second floor hallway.
No, I
as soon
moved
as
it
she
in the
looked
wrong
out,
thing.
She didn't see anything. She didn't hear anything. And
Fuck.
so very slowly, she began walking down the second floor hallway until she reached the top of the stairs. And at that point, she turned and looked downstairs into the pitch black first floor. She was terrified, but she knew she had to go down there to make sure her family was safe. And so down the stairs she went, and when she got to the bottom of the stairs, she saw right away the front door was unlocked. Brittany's thinking, you know, why would my husband tell me he locked the door if it's not locked? And so then Brittany's thinking, okay, my sons must have gotten out of bed and they must have unlocked the door. That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing these doors opening and shutting because my sons are down here somewhere and they're the ones causing all this noise. And so Brittany kind of felt relieved for a second because this seemed like what must be going on. But after locking the front door
Wrong
and then
layer
searching the
vibes.
whole first floor, she didn't find her sons. And then when she went upstairs again and went into her boys'
Very
room,
wrong
she
layers.
found both of them were fast asleep in their beds. And when she shook them awake, they showed no sign of having been awake recently.
stretch
They
this
were
out.
totally groggy
Otherwise it's
and
like
could not have been
nothingness.
running around the house just minutes earlier. And so now Brittany is terrified. She tucks her boys back in and she tells them, you know, everything's fine. But then she hustles back over to the master bedroom with her husband and she tells James, the front door was unlocked and our sons were fast asleep. It couldn't have been them. But James continues to be very dismissive, telling his wife, you are totally overreacting, you're being paranoid.
It's a new
You're
husband.
just hearing the sound of those doors because you're scared. There isn't any doors slamming in the house. And as he's saying this, their back sliding door downstairs that led to their backyard suddenly slammed open and then slammed shut. And as soon as this happened, James, who had been so dismissive and totally skeptical, he instantly changed. And he looked at his wife and he said, you stay right here. And he jumped out of his bed and he ran out of the bedroom.
I already
A few
heard
minutes
the
later, he
story,
would come
like,
back
the
into
husband
master
is like,
bedroom, and he would tell his wife that, yeah, you know, the back door, it was unlocked, but it was shut. You know, I'm sure you just forgot to lock it, and the same draft that is opening and shutting doors, you know, probably opened and shut the back door too. So we got nothing to worry about. You know, the house is locked right now. Let's just get in bed and go to sleep. And at this, Brittany is incredulous, and she says to her husband, you gotta be kidding me. There is something weird happening in our house. Doors are opening and shutting. We had that thing with the garage. You can't act like nothing is happening. And this, in turn,
Would it
turned into a
actually
big
reflect
fight.
this time?
And so before long, the parents weren't
Let's
even
find
talking about
out.
who opened and shut the doors downstairs. They were just fighting with each other. And then eventually they were just so
They
tired
did.
that they gave up and
That's
they both went
new.
to sleep. For the next
They're
few
having the
weeks,
worst
nothing
time
happened
with the
inside of house.
reflection thing.
Brittany, though, continued to obsess over who or what had been causing those doors to open and shut, and then also, you know, what happened in the garage, what caused all that stuff to fall out and wind up in these strange arrangements. Meanwhile, James continued to be unbelievably dismissive and did not want to talk about the potential
actually
for something
reflected.
strange happening in their
I'll
house.
be damned.
But something strange would happen to just James without Brittany around, and that would be the first time that he would get really
I do
spooked.
wanna be like a little bit this.
It was a couple of weeks after the nighttime door slamming incident, and James, he was alone at his house. It's the middle of the day, and he decided he would just play the piano. And so he moved to his piano in the living room, which is on the first floor. He sat down and he began playing. And then
I need to
after a
remember
little
how
while,
to do
he
this.
started to feel like he was being watched. And it got to the point where it was so uncomfortable, he had to stop playing and actually look around and make
Those
sure he really
inverted
was alone.
mask.
And when he did that, he noticed out the window to his right, which led into the side yard, that there was clearly a figure standing in the window outside looking in with its arms down. But there was a curtain over the window.
I need to remember
and so
how
all
I
he could
use it.
see was this shadow figure standing at the window. And so James is immediately startled, and as soon as he reacted to this figure, the figure suddenly starts moving towards the back of the house. And so James, he gets up and he rushes over to another window that looked into the backyard, and he looks outside and there's no one there. And then he goes back to the window he originally saw the figure in, he opens it up,
'Cause
there's
I
no
do
one
not
there.
remember
And so
how.
James would ultimately tell himself that, okay, that must have just been some nosy neighbor that heard the music, they came over and they noticed that maybe I saw them and they ran off before I could see them. And so that's what it was. But deep down, what he saw in the window really shook him up. However, it would be the blanket incident that
I
would
don't remember
finally
how to
push
do this.
James
I
to
saw
go
it
from being
once.
dismissive and skeptical to
That's
admitting
it.
to his wife, we got a problem. It was not long
Wait
after
a
James
minute.
spotted that dark figure outside of the
Wasn't
window
it?
when he and his wife and his 2 kids decided they would head out to a movie theater to catch a movie. And so as they're getting ready
This
to go,
copy?
Brittany would say that she wanted to bring along a particular blanket that the whole family loved to use when they were sitting on the couch. She was going to
No,
bring
wasn't
that
this?
blanket with her to the movie theater to kind of cuddle
Ugh.
up under for the movie.
I
And so
forgot
she
how
would
to
make
do
her
this.
way into the living room and she would see the blanket was missing.
Change that to brow R, the brow and the warp. Those who are using the
Video, wrong video. It was this video. No, not this video.
Now it's time for head XY. In my humble, I'll just drag and preview settings for mesh. Then I'm gonna make it transparent.
There we go.
Then I am going to make the face line disappear when looking up. So we're gonna find my mask that I hid just above face line. Give it a standard mesh. Then I'm gonna make it transparent. And then inverse clip the face line inside of the transparent mask. Now inverse
Oh.
masks, you know, the inverse of a normal clipping mask, and I'm gonna make it transparent, and then inverse clip the face line inside of the transparent mask.
Oh, okay. I was wrong. Very wrong.
Now inverse masks, you know, the inverse of a normal clipping mask, and my face line will disappear where my mask is.
Ew.
But there still is a little bit of a problem.
I'll just deal with this.
It was not on
I'll
the couch
adjust
where
it later
normally
on.
was. And so she would ask her husband and her sons if they had any idea where it was, and they would say, no, we haven't touched it. She would look all over the place, under the couch, in the living room. She went upstairs. She couldn't find it. And so finally, they just left without the blanket. But when they came back that evening, there on the couch, folded up neatly,
Oh my
was
God,
this
I
blanket.
did not do
Everybody
this.
knew that blanket had not been there when they left. So how did it get there? For the next few weeks, the parents did their best to put on a brave face and tell their kids that everything was okay, but the parents and the kids were all terrified to be in that house. And that's because, at night, the doors continued to open and shut. Their dog, periodically, would just start barking in the middle of the night for no apparent reason, and they would all get this awful
Yes, it
sense that
is.
they were
Have a
being
good
watched
day.
all the time in their house. And so finally, by September of that year, the parents decided, we just have to get out of this house. We cannot be here. We need to take a break.
Why, like,
And so they
change
packed up their
this?
stuff and they flew to mainland America, where they stayed with some family for a week. On September 20th, they hopped back on a plane and they flew back to Honolulu. And as they're driving from the airport to their house, Brittany and James were just kind of secretly hoping that, you know, whatever weirdness was happening in their house would just magically stop once they returned. But as soon as James turned onto their street and they could see their house, they knew that was not going to be the case. Because as they began driving up their road, they could see James's very nice road bike was laying on their driveway. And so Brittany, she turned to her husband, and even though she knew the answer, she said,
need to
James,
adjust the
were you
eyes
riding
more?
your bike before we left? And James, who doesn't even look at his wife, just shakes his head. No, he wasn't. And so James drives all the way down the road. He turns into their driveway, which is lined up right with the front of the garage door. And after James parks the car, he hits the garage door opener button. And so as James is sitting in the driver's seat, Brittany's right next to him, the kids are in back. They're watching as this door is raising right in front of them. And as soon as they can see into the garage, they see everything in their garage has just been completely trashed. Things are not just dumped out, but things have been ripped apart and shredded as if a wild animal had been let loose inside of the garage. James immediately said to his wife, "We've been robbed." And then he hopped out of the car and then turned and told his kids, "You stay in the car, do not get out." And James, he went over to the side of the house and got a sledgehammer for protection and made his way to the front door. Meanwhile, Brittany would be on the phone with 911 to report that someone had broken into their house. A few minutes later, James was inside of his house and he saw the entirety of his house was just like the garage. It had been completely ripped to shreds. But amidst the chaos were those kind of strange piles of random objects, much like they had seen in that first garage incident where the things inside of the boxes had been stacked in kind of strange piles and arrangements. And so James is looking around his first floor and he's seeing stacks of coasters and books and electronics. But what really got James's attention was that on various surfaces, there were these medical vials of drugs or chemicals that were placed all over the place. And he knew that was not his family's. Someone had brought those vials into this house. James would make his way up the stairs to the second floor landing, and right away he could tell, the upstairs had all the hallmarks of being destroyed as much as the first floor. But when he went left and went into his boys' room, he saw that room was pristine.
Wow, this
In
hair
fact, it had been cleaned. The
is
boys'
getting
laundry was
messed
neatly
the
folded on
fuck
one
up.
side of the room. Their beds were perfectly made with military precision, and all of their toys and different things that were normally all over the floor were neatly put away in the places they should go. And so James would turn around and leave his boys' room in absolute astonishment, and he would walk across the second floor hallway into the master bedroom. And what he would find in there would make an already terrible situation much, much worse. The master bedroom was destroyed like the majority of the house and garage, except the top of their bed was not covered in junk. Instead, on their bed was this towel that had been neatly laid out, almost like a tablecloth. And laying on this towel, neatly spaced apart, kind of perfectly arranged, were a bunch of knives. And then next to the knives, still on the towel, was a laptop that the Campbell family owned, but they didn't use it. It did work, but it just kind of sat in the master bedroom. And this laptop was sitting on this towel, and it was open, but the screen had turned off. And so by this point, Brittany had come upstairs. And so Brittany and James, they walk over in horror to this layout on their bed, and they click the keys on the keyboard of their laptop, and it illuminates the screen and shows whatever was being worked on last. And it's this long, long Word document that neither of them made. They scrolled to the top of this document, and the document was titled The Omnivore Trials, and then below that it said a rehabilitation for rat-like people. And then below that, the entire document was kind of like a diary. It was a whole bunch of observations about so-called specimens. And these specimens were very clearly the Campbell family. And these observations made about the Campbell family were very intimate. In fact, the only way to garner these observations were if you were watching the Campbell family right up close, almost on an hourly basis for days, weeks, months at a time. These observations ranged from what time the Campbell family liked to watch TV to what James and Brittany talked about behind closed doors in their bedroom, including their struggle to have a child, something they were not talking about to their family. But in this document, the author of the Omnivore Trials would talk about how the creature, which was referencing Brittany, needed to stop trying to have another baby and instead focus on the children she already had. Toward the end of this really lengthy document, the author of the Omnivore Trials came to a shocking conclusion that in order to rehabilitate these rat-like people, the Campbells, the author would have to perform several surgeries on the specimens.
Wow,
These
what the
surgeries were hand amputations and gender reassignment surgeries. And then after this conclusion, there was another note that detailed all the different surgeon tools the author would
Let's
need
try
to
it.
perform these surgeries,
Oh, wasn't
as
that
well
bad.
as a list of drugs and chemicals they would need in order to sedate
Need
these
some
specimens
adjustment.
before they performed these surgeries. And so after James and Brittany see this, they realize that those knives laying out on the towel were for them. Those were the knives that were going to be used for the surgeries. And all those weird vials, those medical vials they saw all downstairs, those were likely the drugs that would be used to sedate them so they could go under the knife. 15 minutes before James and Brittany went into their house and discovered the knives, the medical vials, and the laptop, James grabbed that sledgehammer and walked to the front door while his wife called 911. And so James, he gets to the front door, he puts his key into the lock, he unlocks it, and with the sledgehammer in one hand, he attempts to push the door open. But despite the door being unlocked, he can't open it. There's resistance behind the door. And so James kind of gets down and he presses as hard as he can into the door with his shoulder until finally it opens up just a crack and James can see into the house. And so James, as he's pressing the door barely open, he's staring into this crack, trying to make out what's going on inside of his house. And then suddenly a set of eyes meet his from behind the door. And before James can do anything, this man that is standing inside of his house says to James,
This is not your house.
and then proceeds to push the door shut on James. James, in an adrenaline-fueled fury, smashed the door open, grabbed this guy, and yanked him out of the house and threw him onto the front yard. And then James, with his sledgehammer, would stand in front of this guy between him and his kids and his wife, and he would say, if you go anywhere, I'm going to have to attack you with this. But the intruder, this guy, whose name was Ezekiel Zayas, he was a 23-year-old young man, he would just stand on the Campbell's property, staring directly at James, unblinking. And then, a couple of minutes later, the police would show up, and Ezekiel would not put up any fight. He would be arrested, and he would be taken away. It was after he was gone that James and his wife would actually go into their house, and they would see the state it was in, and they would go upstairs, and they would discover the knives and the laptop. It would turn out, months earlier, Ezekiel had apparently found a way to sneak in and out of the Campbell's property. And so around the time they had moved in, Ezekiel was living there as well. He was mostly living in the crawl space above the second floor bathroom, and then whenever he was able to, Ezekiel would climb down out of this crawl space, and he would go and observe the Campbells. And this was not just at night. Based on some of the observations inside of Ezekiel's Omnivore Trials document, clearly he was watching the family in the middle of the day too. Also, based on these observations in this document, it was pretty clear that Ezekiel was getting ready to actually carry out these surgeries on the Campbell family, meaning the Campbell's decision to go on vacation when they did could very well have saved their lives. And if there was any question as to whether Ezekiel could have actually carried out that level of physical harm on another human being by carrying out those surgeries, well, after he was arrested for what he did to the Campbells, while he was in jail, he beat his cellmate to death. Allegedly, although a guard literally walked in and saw Ezekiel punching and kicking and beating this guy, and then he died. But technically the trial is not over, so
continue
it's
tomorrow.
Ezekiel is currently in a state hospital, and they are trying
on
to
to the
determine
next step.
if he is fit to stand trial
I won't
for
be
what
able
he did
to
the Campbells
stop
and
for
what
like
he did
an
to the
hour or
cellmate.
two.
Even though it might be self-explanatory at this point in the video,
I'll be
it's
back
worth pointing
tomorrow.
out that
Thanks
we
everyone
have
for
no
watching.
idea what Ezekiel's
We'll be
motives
back in the
were
evening with
for
some
why
games.
he did the things he did to the Campbell family,
Bye.
or what he was looking to achieve with the so-called Omnivore Trials.
Let me show you how to keep the dice rolling when you're doing that thing over there, homie. Hey, let's go! Cause I'm feeling like I'm winning and I'm feeling like I gotta get away, but I know that I don't and I won't ever stop, cause you know I gotta win every day. You really wanna pop me, just know that you will never flop me. And I know that I can be a little cocky, you ain't never gonna stop me. Every time I come a nigga gotta set it, then I gotta go and then I gotta get it, then I gotta blow and then I gotta shut it. Any little thing a nigga think that he be doing, cause it doesn't matter, cause I'm gonna dead it, then I'm gonna murder everything and anything about a boom, about a thing. I gotta do a lot of things to make it clearer to a couple niggas that I always win, and then I gotta get it again and again and again. And I be doing it to death, and now I move a little foul, nigga better call up rapping. Everybody know my style, niggas know that I'm the best when it comes to doing this. And I be banging on my chest, and I bang in the east, and I banging in the west, and I kinda give you more, and I will never give you less. You will hear it in the street, and you can read it in the press. Do you really wanna know what's next? Let's go. See the way we on it, and we all up in a race, and you know we gotta go and try to keep up with the pace. And we struggling and hustling to set it and to get it, and we always gotta do it, take it to another place, gotta taste it, and I gotta grab it, and I gotta cut all through this traffic just to be at the top of the dome, but I know I gotta have it.
Look at